I go by the name of Host Eric. I'm the Huesto de Taquiendo de Familiarity de People Plays. And I would like to welcome you to this, the interwebs only YouTube channel. I've been watching a lot of YouTube lately. Hi, Boba Fett. Watching a lot of YouTube videos lately. And depending on my mood, that can be a happy process or a bit of a brooding nightmare. You know, depends on what chain of recommended videos I get on. I've been watching a lot of math and science stuff lately, but I periodically watch some kinds of meaning of life kind of videos, philosophy kind of stuff. Like anybody, I can get a little bit hatery when I see people doing the same kind of video content that some kind of content that's explaining stuff that I feel I could explain better, and or I'll tend to be hatery more with somebody who's in the same general area of analysis as I am. Whereas with the math science stuff, I'm not trying to explain a lot of math science concepts or anything like that. Nor do I see myself as some sort of notable mathematician or scientist or whatever. So I find watching those kind of things a lot more comfortable. But the point is this. I was musing about this earlier, and I concluded that it would be a good idea for me to make a video in which I survey an example of each kind of value affirmation slash negation, and evaluate it in terms of how, where, when, why it expresses as this value, that value, or some combination of the two. So Josh asks, how did your family take it that you were an old gay gangbanger?
I think that you're confusing that with your family
Yeah,
about you.
yeah, probably, Josh. The psychology word for what you're doing is projection. Um, if you're concerned about how your family's going to feel about your sexual experiences or whatever, then you know what? I would say just love yourself, whoever you are, Josh. Heavy, dirty soul. My ADHD addictions. Hello, sir. How are you? Sometimes I feel like I got a bit of a heavy, dirty soul myself. Um, I was talking with Rachel about this earlier. It specifically links to when I am running a bit of a sleep deficit. I tend to feel this way. But obviously, a lifetime of memories and the natural way of things, which is for people to better remember bad memories than good memories. Do I want to smoke some crack? Asks Corey Y. No, I don't have any particular desire to smoke crack. Not at the moment, anyway. Not really ever. I'm not a huge enthusiast of cocaine and cocaine derivatives. Um, I look like that guy from Devil's Rejects. I never heard of Devil's Rejects before. So anyway, yesterday I was having a lot of like dark meands. Like I pictured myself as my dad, where he was always just like scowling and being like, "Rrr," you know. I was feeling like that yesterday, but I did not smoke any pole right now, nor did I smoke any crack right now. Gee is correct. I look exactly like that guy from Talking to Science People. You like 21 Pilots then? I'm not sure if I would say that I like 21 Pilots or not.
You like two of their songs.
I like two of their songs, but it is true that we have a lot of good memories we could reference. I don't find myself doing so very much. And when I do, I don't find it to be particularly a good use of time. Just kind of gacking out on some ego spank bank thing. I do live in California. Yes, this is marijuana. Yes, it is legal for me. I'm sipping on straight chlorine. No, that's coffee. Just regular old coffee. Oh, yes, Matt. It is legal. Very legal. It is perhaps not quite as legal as, say, tobacco or alcohol, but it is legal. I'm not belittling the meaning of having good memories. And what this brings me to is the 8 values to rule them all. So somebody who appreciates good memories is affirming the value of familiarity. An alternative to that is affirming the value of novelty. Those are 2 of the 8 values. And there's a lot of different words you could use to express the overarching value, but we'll go with something that's pretty concrete in its meaning, namely novelty and familiarity. So, there's nothing wrong with having as an absolute value familiarity, in which case you're gonna really feel the value and worth of both good memories and bad memories equally. I tend to treat familiarity as an instrumental virtue. I mean, whether or not weed is bad for you or good for you is, I think, kind of up in the air. I don't think it's determined really, but I don't think it's very bad for you, that's for sure. I don't think it's as bad for you as cigarettes. Okay, usually picks and chooses which comments they keep. Imagine trying to read a conversation and some of the comments are missing. No wonder everyone is confused fighting with each other on YouTube. I don't think everybody's confused and fighting with each other on YouTube. I do think that it's a very contentious, discursive world right now, you know. Hi, Spirit Buddy UK, Spirit Brothers UK. How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Olivia says, is a grandpa. Or I'm not a grandfather. I am a father, but not a grandfather. RP says, how old are you? I'm 53. Mr. Flimpam59 says, vote Trump. Key says, vote Vermin Supreme. You, Don't get me started on that. You can overdose on oxygen or water if you're an idiot. Nothing is bad for you per se. Well, no, I mean, like cyanide is bad for you. It's not true that there aren't things that are bad for you. It is true that people have a weird obsession over things that are good for you or bad for you. People are strangely obsessed about health.
There are 7-year-olds who care about not getting wrinkles.
No, I don't like Vermin Supreme. Vermin Supreme treats citizen democracy as something to make absurd as humor about or whatever. I People sometimes compare me to him because we both have a beard or something, but I don't know. It's one of the frustrations I have in life. Texas Longhorn Channel. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. It is 5:44 in the evening where I am, so good evening to you as well. Drugs are pretty bad for you, says Heavy Dirty Soul. It depends what drugs you're doing and how you're doing them. Defaming me with false accusations does get you hidden. Okay, so no thank you, LT. Okay, Mr. Flimpam 59. So the thing is, in regards to the issue of values, we've got eight core values that we appeal to in a variety of ways when communicating or really when doing anything. And the values include familiarity, novelty. They include timing versus doing. Doing the smallest amount of thing to achieve the maximum outcome at exactly the right moment, or just doing something and figuring the process of doing things is itself a value. Then you could also think of it in terms of interfacing with people in terms of their perceptions, or interfacing with words in terms of logical consistency. Not worrying about it. So in other words, you can basically be either logical or graceful as a value, and you could also be effective or authentic as a value. So those effective, efficient slash authentic. So those 8 values, ultimately, everybody's experience, whatever they're saying, whatever they're doing, etc., expresses a relationship between that person and those values. My wife don't let me pop her zits on her bum. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't like to pop people's pimples, and I don't really want you to pop mine.
Yeah, that's an SI thing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that is. It must be, because a lot of people like it done, but I don't want to do it wrong and give someone a scar. Because like that's what my acne is. What am I going on about this? My acne is cystic, so if someone were to pop it, it would make a scar.
Weed and mushrooms are the only drugs I'll do, says OG for life. Justin Goodwin expresses the value of execution over, say, social grace or authenticity or anything else when he says, "We came to see your dick." Well, you should go to a different website. This is YouTube.
Yeah, there are other websites.
There are lots of websites that'll show you those things, but not this one. My ex used to pin me down and forcefully pop my zits.
God!
I don't miss him. Yeah, I bet you don't.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
that's crossing boundaries.
Yeah. So anyway, um, when you watch a YouTube video, there's a 100% chance of certainty that it's going to be an expression of some kinds of relationships with those values, either expressly or implicitly. Like if I'm trying to, if I'm making a lot of jokes and being positive energy, kind of an implicit value in there is I want to be likable. I want you to like me. In other words, social grace. Possibly at the expense of authenticity. If I'm talking about how, you know, life's kind of challenging right now. Man, I got this going on and that going on. It's making me feel bad, have dark thoughts or whatever. Well, then I'm making an implicit appeal to authenticity. I'm saying that I'm expressing what I'm authentically, presumably feeling, and uh, and presenting that as having value in and of itself. That it doesn't need, I don't need to justify it in any other way. In contrast, Assalamu alaikum to you too. And yeah, whatever. Lost my train of thought. Okay, so I'm going to pull up some sports or something in another tab to watch in the background while I'm doing this. Hopefully, there's an athletics game on television right now or coming on soon. Oh, that's right. At 6 o'clock, there's a soccer game that I want to watch. Looks like it was a day game. I missed it. Hello there. And I'm going to pull this out. Hi, bud. There is a baseball game. Yeah, I got the Dodgers Brewers open at the moment. Corpsey is screwed proper. I had a Biden moment. Why, it's easy for me to get distracted when I've got multiple things going on in the chat, plus stuff going on in the background, etc. It's usually the chat that'll distract me. What happens is I have trouble looking at new words, processing that, like, okay, I'm going to address this thing next, and then continuing along with the existing thing and retaining that I'm going to process that thing next, right? That's when I get distracted and lose my train of thought. If I really want to complete a thought, I've got to ignore the chat, not look at it at all until my full thought is done. Hi, Column Joe. The thing is, people talk about multitasking a lot, but it's not really that possible to multitask. Not really. I mean, there are certain ways you can, but it's really a matter of structuring something or delegating certain things um, so that instead of actually paying attention to two things that are happening concurrently in front of you, you are instead paying attention to one thing while you automated or delegated some way, some other component of the thing that makes it such that two things are occurring concurrently, but you're really only paying attention to one of them. If we're talking about a computer, it's possible to actually multitask by simply assigning one application a task and then running that in the background while you do other stuff. Okay, am I voting for any of those people? No, I'm not planning to vote at all. No, I'm not a famous person. make a coffee while on the phone and also keep up with the live score and feed the cat. Right. Well, Ron Altarga says, I've heard we can switch but not do it at the same time. Exactly. There are certain kinds of paying attention that you can do at the same time. For example, you can uh, walk and talk at the same time. Walking is a form of paying attention. It doesn't require a lot of it doesn't require a ton of real time update, right? Normally, if I'm walking down a road, I don't need to pay attention that much because it's not full of rocks I could trip over and stuff like that. I see the chat. So it's like I could pull that bong rip and watch this baseball game at the same time while thinking about what I'm gonna talk about afterwards because pulling the bong rip doesn't require much attention. It's kind of something that's I have muscle memory, which is a way of kind of automating certain things that your body does repeatedly. My eyes can watch the baseball game and note whether just I'm just observing with my eyes. Meanwhile, my brain can be thinking either about the baseball game or about how I'm going to talk about this after I'm done pulling the bong rip, right? So there are certain things you can do at the same time and certain things you can't. One thing you can't do at the same time is read text, understanding what it means, while concurrently listening to somebody else say words and understand what that means too at the same time. It might be possible to read and understand these while somehow retaining this to be attended to understand later. That might be possible. In which case, if you could then understand it later in real time, um, you could pass a test where it appears you understood both. But it wouldn't be possible for you to actually do the paying attention to the words and parsing what they mean while concurrently spending that same attentional lane on some other set of words. So it would appear that we've got a variety of attentional channels that um, we might occupy, and some of them inherently disable your capacity to do others more than other two comparatively. How many here subscribe to a newspaper? I do. We subscribe to the Mariposa Gazette, right? That's what it's called, Gazette. Driving's very easy for me to autopilot in general, but it's also the case that if I'm too absorbed in talking about whatever I'm talking about, I'm more likely to miss my exit. So in that case, my extroverted intuition is essentially occupying space that would otherwise be occupied by my eyes seeing things and knowing what they mean. You have the original print of when JFK was shot? That's interesting. You're in Vietnam right now? Okay,
Boba God, Boba Fett.
You're on timeout.
They not like us.
I'm not especially inclined to be shaking my thug thang at the moment, although sometimes I am. Perhaps later. It says on the temperature thing, it's 109 degrees right now, but I doubt it's 109 degrees outside. Please prolapse for me. I don't know what prolapsing means. You do pointless dent repair? Dent repair? Dent repair is not pointless. Some people care a lot if their car has a dent in it or not. I don't care that much, really. I would kind of like to repair this, though. I have a, where is it? Here. I have this. I don't know how that happened, but one way or another, it happened. It's not 109 degrees out here. There's no way. It's like 101, maybe. Maybe not even that hot. Thinking maybe to water the plants. What do you say? We're closing in on halfway through July. It's kind of crazy. Time goes by so fast. I was thinking about mortality a lot last night. It was pretty depressing, kind of dark evening. And one thing I reflected on regarding that is the way that the older you get, the less it makes sense for other people to include you in their long-term plans. So if I'm thinking ahead to how Mia is going to affect Mia and Mia, right? But if you're old, other people have to think about less and less about how Mia affects you because you aren't going to be around. There's an implicit relationship to growing older with having less value accordingly. In terms of other people's realities. It's such a notable occasion when some musician dies at 27 because the people in their understanding of reality and their projections forward imagined this person continuing to play a role in their life going forward for indefinitely, you know? And instead, when they die, like Kurt Cobain or whatever, it's enormously impactful. In contrast, let's say Mel Brooks dies. Mel Brooks is still alive. He's in his 90s. Well, even though he's accomplished so much in his life, made so many movies, did so much stuff, there's going to be his death's going to land like a feather in contrast to like Kurt Cobain's death, for example. And the reason is because nobody anticipated him even still being alive, you know. People had stopped thinking about him. Had stopped anticipating that his work product would be part of their lives going forward. Isn't that depressing? Yes, it is. I look very easy to take advantage of. Okay, well, thanks, Bernard Bob Langto James. That's an interesting, interesting observation. I don't think it's true, but it's an interesting observation. So, you know, the thing is, I'm only 53. Thinking about all this mortality stuff. Good job, Dev Mogari. I'm glad you had the best day of your life. That may mess up your work environment, but we'll see, I guess. How do I range better? That doesn't make any sense to me. You just said. Is this Mia Khalid's alt account?
God.
Who's Mia Khalid?
I think she's a porn star.
Oh. Okay. Purple. Let's not get crass. Yeah, thanks, Bernard. Appreciate it. Well, I've lived hard, you know. It's also the case that people who are more facially expressive over the course of their life tend to age more. Mm-hmm. So, like, I'm like, you know, I get a lot of wrinkles and stuff. But the point is, I think that explains a lot, you know. It explains a lot about a lot of things. Another observation I had one time about death was that the easier the death for the person who dies, the harder the death for the people still alive, and vice versa. Which kind of makes well, I mean, it's a good way to understand life arcs, I guess. You start out in life with the most value to others because you have the longest amount of time presumed ahead of you, and accordingly, the more people include you in their calculations of a future, the more you play a significant role in other people's future plans and understandings of the world. The older you get, the more you have created value, you know, good or bad, you know, impact, and understandably, people you're part of fewer and fewer people's long-term plans and visions because people understand you as having limited longevity compared to others, so they have fewer expectations regarding that. So I think that's an interesting way of understanding the fundamental ontological challenge of each human being, which is to, like, on the in the first hand, respect how much respect the potentiality and value making possibility of the years ahead when you're young enough to still have that. Um, yeah, Boba
Yeah,
Fett.
like
Yeah, you did.
obviously. Come on now.
And if it were some random person, I probably just hid you right off off the cuff, hid you for that shit.
Yeah, like that's like
Horrible.
yeah.
Not something to talk about.
No.
It
But it
doesn't
doesn't matter
matter
if
if
it's
it's
true or
true.
not. It's wrong.
It's wrong and horrible, and it's
Ugh,
not like you were presenting it as whatever. Okay, well, I don't want to
I
talk
don't
about such
care.
horribly
No.
dark shit, okay? So just don't.
Come on, Tommy.
Yeah, well, just don't.
You swing your phone.
I like the Dodgers uniforms.
I don't like their head thing though. Their caps. Like the Los Angeles like that on
Yeah.
their I like, but I don't really like their caps. See?
Yeah, I don't like that either. Well, it's got too much word stuff going on there. It's got the LA and the D. Just go with just the D.
I think the D would have been good.
Yeah. Otani's hitting third in average at 312, first in home runs with 27, third in RBI with 64. And Judge is 311, so it seems like he's the real, he's the best player offensively in baseball. But Otani's doing well.
Yeah, he is doing well. That'd be an exciting World Series.
Mm-hmm. Seems it's a plausible one as well. After Tony's at bat, I'll probably put on a soccer game, which seems to have started at this point.
Do you mind seeing the rankings? I'm curious as to.
Bam, that's gone. Home run
Yeah,
Otani. No, no.
Otani! It was in.
It was a ground rule double.
Yeah.
Now he's going for
Triple.
3. You got a triple.
Oh, that was close. Good stain. Good stain.
Wow.
Does he speak any English or?
I'm sure he does, but when someone is deep in thought while driving, what cognitively is paying attention to the external world? Well, I mean, it doesn't require a lot of your attention to pay attention to in the moment SE. In the moment SE seems to be something that you can do without paying much explicit attention to it, regardless of what's going on in your head, whether you're deep in thought or deep in a conversation. What will happen, however, is not that you'll crash the car, but that you'll miss your exit, for example. So because you're too deep in thought, you go, oh fuck, I missed my exit. it's difficult to pay attention to both the medium term sort of the strategy of the SE as well as the tactics of the SE. The tactics of the SE just have to have you be on passive receive mode with your NI. So if in which case if somebody like swerves in your lane, you'll switch into active SE mode instantly, basically. But when you're keeping track of where you're going, for example, and what lane you should be in, stuff like that. If you're deep in thought, you'll neglect that stuff and realize, oh shit, I got to get off right here, and I'm too late. Oh god. Yes, his translator did rip him off. That's true. So the answer to your question is NI, Padawan. It's you're in this passive NI receive mode. That if something dramatic or notable changes in your field of vision, it'll switch you instantly into SE, more front and forward, I guess. To ice cream or not to ice cream? That is the question. I'd suggest you ice cream. In fact, I think what I'm going to do is make some dinner here. We haven't eaten anything today. So, let's go gadget, Eric. Go gadget, go gadget, go gadget, go gadget, Eric. You dirty rat. I gotta tell you that died. So I had to tell it, you dirty rat. Okay, good. Now let's try it again. See if it works better this time. It's Uruguay versus Brazil. That's right, Uruguay versus Brazil. All right, I guess we're going to do a little chore in the store. We had quite the power outage. We had no power for over 24 hours. That's not why I didn't live stream. It's irrelevant to the question. However, it is true that I did not live stream during that time. We had the generator running. So we had electricity, we had internet and stuff. Horrible Eric waits too long to take out the trash. And then what happens? Overflowing onto the floor. All right, let's go. Let me grab a couple other things from here to go in the trash too. Like this and this. This and this. Here we go. Hold on. I need to tie my sweatpants tighter so they don't fall down. Excellent soccer today. Wonderful day of soccer. We got to enjoy England versus Switzerland. England won, I believe, in penalties. Yes, 5-4 in penalties. Okay. And then Netherlands beat Turkey in a very good game. Turkey played a great game. Turkey looked like the better squad for much of the game, really. But they lost 2-1 in a very exciting match. I felt bad for Turkey because they were ahead at one point in that game. All right, now we've changed the trash bag. Let's bring this trash can over here where we're going to be cooking. It's always good to have this near where we're going to be making trash. All right, let's put this here. Okay. I guess I gotta wash this so I can get this put away now. Alright. That's worth doing now because it's a lot better to clean, to cook in a kitchen that where you're starting from scratch, Go ahead. Out you go, kitty. I see a lot of bugs around here. I hate to see that. That means I left something in there for too long. In particular, this thing. Ammonia in there to deal with any bugs or anything. Alright. So one other thing I was thinking about over the course of the last day or two that is worth mentioning. Well, it had to do with how this thing that bothered me a lot the other day, which was to discover this YouTuber who makes this like science math content called Rhetorical or something like that. I don't know, it's got a lot of stuff. It's got like well over 1 million subs. Anyway, I like the guy, I like his content, I think there's good stuff. He's very, in general, like both intellectually rigorous and also open-minded and willing to cast some doubt on some existing science dogmas and stuff like that. And also correct in saying that, like, look, most times you don't need to cast any doubt on any of these dogmas because they're rigorously evaluated to be the best position on a given thing, right? But I was I was genuinely distressed by the fact that he did not apply that same standard to evolution when he was talking about longest running evolution test, and generally operates from an evolutionary frame of reference when he does try to reference the past or stuff like that, like pretty much everybody does. And distressed me. So anyway, I was thinking about, well, why exactly, how does that happen? That, like, I know that my position on this is definitely exclusively correct. So how can this guy just kind of mindlessly affirm stuff that doesn't validate, that I can see doesn't validate, yada yada. And my conclusion is, it's the different frame of reference that we have, because I'm a debate coach. So I'm always viewing things in terms of, if it doesn't meet its burden to affirm, we negate. Whereas he's looking at things from a combination math science perspective, which I think is predicated on the idea that we have some operating assumptions. Even we just, instead of acknowledging that I don't know is ever the best position to have, we acknowledge that there's given weaknesses in the explanation that we do have, right? So when I think about it that way, I get it. I get why he's wrong about that. He's not used to something where the correct answer is no explanation at all. And that's what it is with speciation, right? We don't have any explanation for it. We can make observations that negate the idea that we understand it in status quo just fine, but we don't have an alternate affirmation, a counter plan, or whatever you want to call it. I guess, to the extent that we do, it just pushes the fundamental questions back, right? One possible counter plan, you could argue, is a good reason to negate evolution as some kind of definitive explanation. It's the idea that it's conceivable that various species on Earth, some or all, were brought here by interstellar travel, some sort of interstellar Noah's Ark. It's not an unreasonable hypothesis. There's not any particular evidence that operates in favor of that hypothesis, but it doesn't have counter evidence like evolution does. So from a debate perspective, I'm saying even something that doesn't easily negate is better than evolution, which not only fails to affirm, but it's easy to negate. But from a science perspective, they'd say, well, any kind of evidentiary analysis is preferable to just raw speculation, because they're not viewing it from an argumentational standpoint. Argumentation ultimately is the philosophy of philosophy. The philosophy of science itself is argumentation. And accordingly, the art and science of argumentation then is one of matching frames to cases and matching cases to reality in one of a variety of different ways. If we respect the primacy of the game of argumentation, the process of argumentation, in determining correctness, then we won't have to worry about things like making the mistake of thinking that because there's not a better alternative or affirmation that we should affirm this failed affirmation. No, we should negate. You don't have to affirm something. But that's not something that scientists are really going to make a overt conscious distinction. They're not going to overtly consciously draw a distinction between those two things. They're not going to understand that each position argumentationally requires different things. Even if they do understand it, if you were to say like, look, if you thought about this, be like, well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but they're not coming at it from that frame of reference, through that frame of reference. So I think the smartest people who believe in evolution, their position on it is this. There's enough evidence in the fossil record, etc., to show that animals evolved on Earth via some genetic process is most likely to be the case because of genetic similarities, etc. We can kind of infer these conclusions from it. And that's a fine enough position to have, I guess, except for the fact that if you're going to hold that position, you need to make explicit that, accordingly, we're not claiming to know how species came about, nor are we claiming to understand what these evolutionary processes are in the status quo, because we can't articulate them in a replicable way. So, and it shows why, ultimately, argumentation ought to be given primacy, because it's otherwise you get sort of levels creep, There begins to be difficulty distinguishing between what you're trying to do and whether or not what you're doing comprises substantiation of what thing you're trying to substantiate, which of any of the elements you're trying to substantiate and why, Because substantiation is a somewhat deeper science than, say, correlation, which is just about statistical significance between two isolated factors, right? All right, so now that I've mused about that, to everyone's benefit, note that even though what I was just saying there is like some of the most important stuff humanity's ever heard or had spoken to them, there are 8 people here. Anyway, feels good to express those musings and ideas. At least on that level, I feel robust as a human being still. Yeah. Gotta pop those things. Okay. Did you receive the Okay, Kim, I can go check my PayPal. Do you want, so what you're saying is you paid me and I haven't gotten to you yet? Do you have a day and time you want? I'll just put it on the calendar right now. Or do you need a refund, or what exactly are you looking for? Whatever is fine. Just, sorry, I've been super avoidant lately. I've been thwacking out on endless distraction, So if you got a day and time you want, I'll put it on the calendar right now. I'm Los Angeles / California time. I'm not in Los Angeles anymore. But in the habit of saying that, I guess. So like right now it's 6:33 p.m. for me. I don't think Kim is scamming. I fully believe that Kim is not scamming. I think that I've been ignoring my PayPal. I've been ignoring my email and everything like that. And I know it's like it's weighing on me. I have to deal with shit, but I've just been ignoring it. All right, I think I'm just gonna do sausage sandwiches. No, I'm sure I did, Kim. I'm sure I did get the $100. What I'm saying is, what day and time do you want for your typing session? I'll put it on the calendar right now. And then we don't have to talk about it any further. And then I'll still have to get your email, but I'll get that, and I'll email you an invite to the video conference. All right, so I decided I'm gonna make sausage sandwiches instead of sausage fried rice, which is what I was first gonna make. I am gonna need some liquid in this, but I could just go with. Let's see. I guess I will get some alcohol to cook it in. Yeah, the reason No Name has sent me $100 is because they want to hire me to type them, and so you love sour cream and onion chips, so do we. So anyway, I'm trying to get what day and time they want, so I'll put it on my calendar right now, and then I'll figure out what their email is, and I'll invite them to that meeting. All right, what kind of alcohol are we going to use to cook with today? This one seems fine. So we got to pull this away. You know, I'm just using this as a deglazer for the sausage, really. I'm not. It's better to use a white for that, really. It didn't work. Oh, Jesus Christ. What a pain in the butt that was. Now, like, I got... Like, this tank, that is a Chardonnay, but it smells terrible. Hopefully it's okay to cook that in. Horrible. Let's see. Well, I wouldn't drink it, but it's fine to cook with, I guess. Alright. Put a little more of this in there. Put this here. And put this back over here. Okay. So now that we got these sausages cooking, we will put this bread into the toaster oven to toast it. We'll need 4 pieces of bread, 2 for me, 2 for Rachel. I'll put these breads into the toaster oven, where they will be converted from bread into toast. Alright. As far as these go, we're waiting for them to defrost enough that we can cut them up into smaller pieces. Water in there too, so it doesn't boil off quite as fast. Let's let that go. It's fine. I'm looking at me, not you. So Brazil and Uruguay are still tied after the first 24 minutes of this game. I will put the chat here. How does it feel to be so far away from me? A little bit scary.
Wow, what a perspective.
Tuesday at 2 p.m. is good for you. Okay, that sounds fine. That's 2 p.m. my time. I'll put it on the calendar right now. All right. Here we go, PayPal. Fine. You win, you horrible PayPal. Might as well do that bill now, too. I don't want to do that. Thank you. Okay. 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 Here we go. Doing the hard stuff now. Oh, so hard. Okay. Okay. Isn't that so difficult? Okay. So let's see. Oh, I see. You sent me. You paid me twice. Let me send you. Let me refund you one of those. Okay. And then your email is here. Let me get it. Pyo, pyo, and then 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 pyo. Okay, what else do I have to deal with here? Oh, get it all done. Get it done. You're gonna be okay, Eric. I know it's painful, but you can do it. Okay. I dealt with that one already. Did I deal with this one yet? Okay. I assume everything's dealt with now. Did I? Oh, Kim. I was supposed to type you on Tuesday. I was supposed to type you last Tuesday. Oh no, I put it on the wrong Tuesday. I should have put it on Tuesday, then yeah. Alright. There. There. Okay, there. I fixed it. Oh no. It's fine, everybody. I saved it.
Yay!
2 p.m. Eastern. Okay, I will change it to 11. All right, now it should be fixed. All right, done. Ugh. That makes this whole everything today worthwhile. I'm glad I strummed so I could deal with this shit. Man, I am diddly hungry. Okay, now we're going to get some cheese. And some chuck, some tard, a couple of cervezas. Rachel, you want a cerveza? Okay, it's fine. Okay, so in order to make these sandwiches, I'm going to put some of this grated cheese on here on the side. All right. A little bit of chuck. A little bit of tard. I should put the tart on first. Good enough. Put the rest of this into here. Because your sandwich is over there on the plate, Rachel. I don't know if you want to
I'm gonna
wrap it or what, but
yeah, is that okay?
yes, of course, yeah.
Thank you for making food.
Sure.
Can I put this back in the freezer?
What?
The bread?
Yes, please. Okay. Let's try it out and see how it goes. Hi, Natasha. Hi, Crystal. This is the cooking channel. Hi, William. So, well, it's not that I'm either tired or high, especially at the moment. It's that I'm eating, so. I was very hungry. In that regard, you're not wrong that I was in need of SI stuff. And while I am not at my best today, I'm many times better than I was yesterday. Because I got like a solid 12 hours of sleep last night. Of course, it doesn't make up the whole sleep deficit, but this is a sausage sandwich. It's a fried sausage, cut into small pieces, cheese, mustard, and ketchup on bread. appreciate your patience. I do get that while I'm eating and not talking, there's not really anything interesting going on at all.
I can take over if you want. Hi everybody.
You want me to lower this
Hey.
or something?
No. I think it's good.
Okay.
I was about to get up. Hey Boba Fett.
Sweet Italian sausage.
Has it been a minute? I feel like I was just streaming by myself not too long, like probably like a week ago. But yeah, I guess it has been a minute.
Hi, Victor from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Hey Victor from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Oh, for you. Yeah, it has been. I have been sleeping all weekend pretty much. Yeah, you're right on point with that. Ninja. I remember one of the first questions I ever asked Eric, and this was like on his early live streams. And it was like, yeah, the first time that I like actually participated, I asked, I was like, it's said that ENTPs make the worst ninjas. Is that true? And Eric laughed. And he was like, yeah, that's definitely true.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always in my, you can definitely tell in my eyes for sure when I'm tired. I mean, I think most people, right? I mean, when I'm on Adderall and I'm up and I'm like, it's supposed to be bedtime. I mean, look, people, I don't go to sleep until like 4 in the morning usually. So like, if I get like 8-9 hours of sleep, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. I need a lot of sleep to be rested.
Yes, you do.
What are we up to tonight? Well, right now we are streaming. We're watching the what cup is this?
This is the Copa America.
Copa America.
Here's yours.
Thank you.
This is non-alcoholic beer.
Mm-hmm. Not an alcoholic. Hello, JFK and Cater Robbie. Oh, the bill.
How much is it?
$4.18.11.
Okay, cool. That is for
Both houses.
No, just for this house, but it's for 2 months.
It seems like 3.
3 months.
July, August, and September.
All right, that's cool. Then that's fine. That makes this. That's not bad as far as affordability for 3 months.
Green Forum says, I'm going to Bass Lake for a couple of nights. I'm going to come by Mariposa and look in your windows.
Who's going to Bass Lake?
Green Forum?
Well, call us up.
Buxom?
Call us up or something when you're
You
in
should
town.
call us up when you're in Bass Lake and you're going to stop by Mariposa. You should. We can like have a chat beforehand and hi Flick Hat, and you can come over, we can hang out. I've watched Game of Thrones before, yes, and I was very, oh, you're just kidding. I was very upset with the last season. I think they threw in the towel a bit with the last season, and it was bad. Not good. Not a good finale. I wouldn't even tell people to watch it. Like, and if they were to watch it, to just watch it for like I don't know, 4 seasons, because the 5th and 6th seasons are friggin' terrible. Once they, like, you know, did away with what was going on in the books, they really, like, messed up the last seasons. It was really upsetting.
Those darn yiggity nyas.
Good morning, ma'am. What is your name and from where are you? My name is Rachel Strauss and I'm from Mariposa, California. I'm gonna run for resident. Or I could pun for resident. Hello, Flick Hat. We said hello. How are you? Cell phone, I don't really care about giving out my email, but like, why do you want to email me? And thank you for the compliment. That's very nice.
My email address is available as the contact information for the channel. Anybody who wants to email us can email me.
Yeah. Hey, big dog, what's going on? Yeah, I don't blink a lot that often. Now I'm going to think about blinking. But, hey, cell phone, she's married. I am married. Dr. Todd Grande did an analysis on the debate. I mean, was it what everyone's been saying? That, like, it is absolutely clear. I mean, I didn't see it, but everyone's been saying, like, even the doubters, like, Eric's been saying this for so long, that Biden has dementia. And
yeah, but it takes a while to get to all the way to like my mom's state. That's why I don't blame on people for not spotting it earlier necessarily, because at first it doesn't look like much, you know.
At first, it just looks like aging.
Yeah.
I as soon as you said it, I'm like, yeah, definitely dementia. But I had a grandma who had dementia, so I knew what it looked like too.
Thanks, Victor, for your kind words.
Well, I was talking with Kimi and Lou, and we were saying that we hope that the Democrats like really encourage Biden to drop out. Rachel, if you had to guess, would you say Eric's IQ is high? Not knowing it, I would say yeah, it would be 120 through 20, like 129. But I actually know his IQ, so I can't really say like his IQ. Can I say your IQ?
Sure.
It's 107, right?
That's what I like to say.
Yeah, that's what Eric likes to say. I'm sure it's higher than that though. Eric's very smart. I don't know. We were saying, well, Kimi and Lou were saying that they would rather have Kamala Harris than, but I don't like Kamala Harris. I don't know what is it about her that I don't like, but there's something that just reads like I have my agenda and I want everyone to follow it. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, Ninja, I think it is over 107. I think they should pick Eric too. Oh, really, Victor? I mean, Eric was a debate coach for a very long time. I don't know if she's losing it. It's like she just doesn't really. She doesn't. There's this like genuineness. I mean, like Hillary Clinton had no. She had a personality that people didn't like. Where Kamala Harris is kind of like, you trying to be nice? It seems like she's trying to be nice, but actually she, like I said, like has her own agenda and would like be in beast mode if anyone disagreed with her.
I don't feel like we've gotten to see very much of her, really.
It's true. I mean, I really think that Biden should sit down, but he seems pretty adamant about, which is also a dementia thing. Like, people when they have dementia, like, it's very, very common for them to be very defensive, get defensive.
You ready to make friendship with me?
I know, I just wrote that.
I will. I will put my email address for you.
There's been things said about his Tippy? Is it Tippy Biden? His wife?
Tipper. That was Tipper
Tipper?
Gore.
Oh.
That's a different person. I don't know about Biden's wife.
Yeah. I know Hunter Biden also wants him to run again. But again, like... Oh, Jill. Yeah. Yeah, I almost feel like she knows that she'll be the one who's in charge, who's making the... Her and Hunter will be the ones who make, Yeah, exactly. She's Dr. Jill, so she thinks she knows best, you know? I don't trust that woman. I think a PhD, but I don't know. All doctors have PhDs, though.
No, some have MDs.
Oh, MDs, right. My bad.
I think Obama's calling the shots behind the scenes. I think Kamala is.
Mm-hmm.
She's staying pretty behind the scenes, though.
She is. I don't know. Sure, we could be friends, cell phone. We are friends.
This guy's just thirsty, right?
Yeah. So is she like a psychological doctor? Does anyone know? I don't know much about her, but I just know that people think that she's basically running things.
I actually did get something completed today that I needed to, which is dealing with my PayPal stuff. So I'm feeling pretty good about myself for that.
That's good. Let me send that over to my bank.
You don't need to show other people your banking
Oh
information.
no, sorry.
You didn't show anything. I just thought I'd turn it while you were doing that. So I've been avoiding dealing with my email, PayPal stuff, and I am pleased to say that I have completed those. RR, I'm not your mistress. You are not my slave. Sorry. We're getting in a sleepy week, yeah. So, President Wilson, yeah, I do actually remember. Yeah, drunk history. Yeah, I remember that.
It's pretty interesting. But we don't want that. That's not what we want. I don't think.
I mean, we don't know if we want that until we determine how the spouse works out as an executive, I guess, really.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's hard to say because they're gonna always have to hide that. So
Well, we know with Trump, nothing will be done with the spouse.
I didn't watch the debate. No.
7 dash. What's today? The 5th?
It is
Six?
the 6th. Yes,
Here?
it's the 6th.
24. Paid to the order.
Big Dog says, I think they should do a second debate. Boba Fett says Jill Biden is effectively your president for now. Well, I mean, Biden's not that far gone. Hey, so you super high IQ people just sit around and talk about politics. Are you guys involved in making a difference in your community, doing anything outside of regurgitating your media of choice? I'm not regurgitating any particular media of choice. The subject of politics has come up because people in the chat have been talking about it. I don't necessarily myself talk about politics all the time. In particular, what the topic was on this subject is about the different values that people that are implicit in what people say and communicate. So, for example, let me use your thing as an example. When you say, when Lane Chan says, "Hey, so you super high IQ people, remember, I'm not such a person. Just sit around and talk about politics. You guys doing anything and making a difference in your community? Do anything outside of regurgitating your media of choice?" So that's representative of an impact or an execution-based frame of reference or an extroverted sensing-based frame of reference as an absolute value that making an impact is what really matters. And it's also countervaluing of what you call novelty, which is to say the idea that there's that saying new, true, or otherwise interesting things does not in and of itself qualify as impact because, of course, one form of action doesn't view the other as real action.
I need more checks.
You have enough for this bill?
Yep.
All right, well, you have to order more.
Okay.
So, the thing is, you might not find it impactful to think about things in these frames of reference, right? Like, the fact that you are displaying an absolute value of impact and countervaluing novelty, there's kind of a community orientation that might be understood as just straight up harm prevention. But again, that's an impacts kind of a thing. Politics are fake is like watching time of our days of our lives. Well, the thing is, politics are fake in terms of maybe the actual, like the media stories about what people are saying, etc. But they're the actual reality that political behavior by politicians who are in elected office does have actual consequences in the real world. That's just indisputable. What is value number 6? I mean, I don't have them numbered in particular, but you can view them as novelty, familiarity, social grace, versus correctness, or consistency. And then efficiency, authenticity, impact, and timing or relevance. So everything breaks down into one of those three things. So if somebody's saying like, well, you're not doing enough of an impact for your community, you're not doing enough good, you're just sitting around here talking. What they're expressing is an absolute value of impact. Probably the community stuff is just instrumental. So it's like, I know I'm going to successfully defend popular ground or defensible ground if if I advocate in favor of taking positive action in your community, right? So in that case, you figure probably the impact is the absolute value thing, and they're just selecting something that works socially as a mechanism to get there, and that would probably be like, what we call extroverted feeling instrumental. So SE, absolute extroverted feeling instrumental, regardless of what that person's stack is, that would be expressive of kind of an ESFP position. Talk is cheap. We need to do things. Being liked is secondary, but appeal to universal stuff like uh, like the good of the community and stuff. It's definitely said in a utilitarian frame of reference in which uh, you're adding up good impacts and bad impacts rather than checking for, say, legitimacy. Casabianca is a restaurant, yes. I mean, do I think there should be a second debate? Sure. Apparently, a lot of people watched it. I didn't watch it, but I did read an article afterwards by Reuters who had put together a group of random undecided voters. Like they could go either way; they weren't sure, and almost all of them after the debate went Trump. They're like, Biden just does not look like he's fully competent. No, I didn't watch it. But I've seen. I said before the debate ever happened. I said before even Biden was in office. I think that he's got early on, like he's got the beginning part of dementia, which I still stand by, and it explains why. Like right now is pretty recognizable, but the end of his term is going to be like the end of Reagan's term. That's my prediction on the matter. Anyway, you can agree or disagree. I don't need the debate to tell me that. I could try to reevaluate the question by watching the debate or not, but I the whole thing's depressing. I try to stay away from politics until I'm ready to run. In which case, then I'll get into to. I mean, I think he's at the point now where it's hard for him to hide it to people who don't know him. Early on, it would be hard for him to hide it from people who do know him or from experts, maybe. I don't know. I don't think anybody really. I'm not sure that's going to happen. You know. Well, the thing to remember is that people who are going through dementia, they have more lucid moments and less lucid moments, right? There are times when they seem like they're completely unaffected, like just like they always were, and times when they seem like they're they're teetering on the brink.
I found another checkbook.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear it. A lot of stress, no rest is a terrible combo for anybody. And in that regard, it does make sometimes maybe more sense to get a younger person, right? Because the presidency is obviously a stressful job, and probably presidents don't get a chance to they don't get a chance to rest as much as, say, me or whatever. And I think that in that regard, a younger person can better handle the wear and tear on the body and mind. But at the same time, uh, if you get somebody who's too able to ignore the stresses on the body and mind, then they might be more likely to kind of fail in key moments. I didn't watch today's game, Putty Cat. It was a day game, unfortunately. JFK thoughts? You mean RFK? Oh wait, no, JFK. Sorry. Why is he named the same thing? Uh I I mean I think if the Democrats were willing to or able to unilaterally slate somebody else in instead of Biden, that anybody competent would have a decent chance of winning. Anybody even remotely centrist, but you know the Democrats, they're inclined to slide Newsom in there or something. And hi, Tad Bray, how's it going? So Boba Fett says Trump should go into the lion den on Rachel Maddow or whatever and hold his own. Well, I mean, he can be perceived as having held his own just fine, but he holds his own by not answering questions, expressing, by just the displays of competency rather than actual competency. No, I would not vote for Bernie Sanders. I'd rather have Trump than Bernie Sanders. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is also a million years old and just no. Yeah, well, Trump knows how to win hearts more than he knows how to win minds. And the thing is, the way he wins hearts is also core to how he loses hearts, because there are plenty of people who hate him.
I don't like how he treats women, so I just cannot stand by him.
Yeah, well, I get you there. Well, Simple Girl, I don't know if I would be called a centrist or a moderate. I I have the more challenging reality of I'm going to specifically agree with what's correct wherever it lands on the political spectrum, whether generally considered liberal or whatever, or whether generally considered conservative. And I'm going to do the best job I can to be correct. No, I don't think I'd vote for Gavin Newsom over Trump. Gavin Newsom has been a horrible governor. I mean, the thing is, when I say that, I'm saying no, Gavin Newsom would not motivate me to vote. I'm not going to vote for Trump. And unless somebody notably, believably preferable to Trump were to run, I'm not going to vote at all. Well, Cosmic Pentastar, fortunately, in the United States, we have an electoral college in 50 states rather than just having populist referendum. I don't trust people who think that more government is the answer. All you got to do is look at all of the existing government and see how much of it is actually doing good and what kind of good it's doing and at what cost and whether that's a cost-effective way of attaining those things, etc. The federal government was never intended to be such a behemoth, and I'm not a libertarian either. Okay, but I am a constitutionalist in the sense that I think we're better off when we respect the enumerated powers of the federal government as enumerated by the U.S. Constitution. Okay, well, Ninja doesn't like Biden. Fine, I get it. I don't know if Biden's a racist or not, but I don't think it's really very relevant to anything. Everybody's stupid in lots of different ways. All right, well, the federal government should not be at the top of the pyramid in terms of taxation. Since, the most amount of tax that you should pay are at the local level, least amount at the federal level, not vice versa. Who are we better off with is the debate. Well, there's no virtue or there's no virtue in voting, right? Voting is only virtuous if you know what you're doing, if you're correct. Voting is only virtuous if you're correct. I'm correct, but accordingly, I'm doing the correct thing, which is not to. I want to become a candidate that demonstrates what the minimum any candidate should be before anybody's even remotely inspired to vote for them. It's a problem, right? That we're voting against somebody every election. I'm not gonna vote against somebody. Even, yeah, it's my right to vote, which means it's my right to not vote too. It's not a duty like jury duty. It's a right. It's a civil right specifically, not a natural right. And accordingly, sometimes one must exercise one's rights, say, to not vote. One of my messages is if you aren't voting for me, don't vote at all. Don't go out there and express your opinion, your ignorant ass opinion, unless you are, be qualified to vote. Think of it as something that you have to be very responsible about. Like, let's say you want to play around with something very dangerous, like, I don't know, a GUN. Well, that comes with a certain amount of responsibility. We all agree that drunken asswipe over there should not be playing with guns right now, right? Even though we might all agree that everybody has the right to have such a thing. Well, Tom McGuire, that's a good reason why we don't want to have a direct popular vote. It's a good reason why we want to have an electoral college, because obviously more populous states have different interests than less populous states. And if we want each member of the Federation of States to be an equal member of the Federation, then we need to adjust for that weighting in favor of California, New York, Texas, and against everything else. But it makes perfect sense, though, big dog. Like, living here in Mariposa County, I have very different interests than if I lived in Los Angeles County, if I were voting on my interests. Well, my state matters. Unfortunately, my state goes blue and isn't proportional in its divvying of electoral college votes. And the thing is, it's up to the states as to whether they want to be proportional or not, right? If your state always goes meow, you do not want it to be proportional, because in that instance, you'll have no advantage to proportional vote from the perspective of the perpetual winners. So Democrats don't want California to go proportional because in the status quo they get all of the California votes, whereas in an alternative perspective, then they'd split it up. It wouldn't really be a swing state. To have that power of being a swing state means you probably want to not allow your votes to be divvied proportionally. So, what's your point, Tom McGuire? Is your point that accordingly red states should be afforded less of a voice in the decisions of the country? You got a red card. Wow. The point is, well, one of the reasons why we might be the only country to have an electoral college is because uniquely, maybe I'm not sure if this is unique or not, but let's say uniquely, and correct me if I'm wrong. We're a federation of equal and independent states. In other words, nation states, right? Originally, as understood, the federal government was a federation of independent sovereign states where the federal government had a limited amount of scope of power, etc. So, in that regard, we have an election system that is designed to balance competing interests between the more populous states and the less populous states, the more urban and more rural states. That's why we have both the House of Representatives, in which the more popular states have a proportionally more of a say in things, and we have the Senate, where every state has an equal say in things. It's why we afford electoral college votes according to population, but we have an electoral college which helps to mitigate some of the advantage that would otherwise afford the high population states. Please school comedy flew out migrants. Okay, but so let's say things were to switch around then, Tom McGuire. If in fact the red states started to pay for more of the stuff, then would you be okay with having it go in the opposite direction, where states are even more weighted in terms of equality than they are in the status quo? If not, then you're just arguing you're willing to shift criterion and for any reason, you know. And if you are going to vote it like that, then wouldn't we have to do it by a state by state basis? Whoever pays the most in while taking the least out gets the most say? Or, you know, isn't that really just a workaround for population stuff, you know? I don't think we need to particularly have any great amount or small amount of immigration right now. If people are like, let's stop immigration because I'm feeling like my jobs are threatened as it is, well then fine, then slow the amount of legal immigration via legislation. If people are like, well, we shouldn't secure the border, nobody ever says that. They just don't like of any particular plan to secure the border, right? Everybody should be in favor of a secure border. By giving each state a minimum of 3 electors regardless of population, smaller states retain a degree of influence that prevents large states from completely dominating the election. Yeah. I'm not sure where you're going with this, Tom McGuire. You just sound like kind of anything's fine for my side, nothing's fine for their side kind of guy. what I try to do is determine what's fair and correct and constitutional. You know, I mean, that's the other thing is the Constitution laid things out like this for a reason. It was a compromise between competing interests. Those interests are still competing. If you want to sustain the federation, then that's what that means. Like, okay, if you want to say let's break up the federation, let's instead of having the South secede, let's use the population advantage of the the more populist perspective to compel the less populous states into leaving the union, or what exactly? The problem is we've got people like Tom McGuire on both sides of the thing saying what I mostly need to do is lionize my team and demonize the other team. I want to win the division, not stop being divisive. Well, I wouldn't have to be divisive if those so and so's weren't so and so, right? Well, no, Tom McGuire, that's just stay out of politics entirely. You've got your emotions too caught up in it. What we need is non-divisive, somebody who's corrected about everything and not caring about what that team or this team did. I don't give a fuck about that. Blaming never accomplished anything. They have a word for complaining without presenting any kind of solution that's meaningful and working against any meaningful solution. It's called problem admiration. Or whining, as Theodore Roosevelt put it.
I should change my Instagram name to W2F is a sea goat.
W2F is a sea goat?
Yeah, like what the fuck is a sea goat?
Oh. Isn't that WTF?
Yeah, that's what I mean. WTF is a sea goat.
It's not a bad.
I bet you someone else already has it.
You think so?
Let me try.
I mean, instead of changing the way we do things to make it so that the Democrats win more, why don't we respect the fact that both parties are run by partisan blame maniacs? Can we all agree that all of us won't go to civil war? I don't think we're going to go to civil war because here's the deal. It's like when we engage with one another in the world, nobody is spending their time yelling at each other over politics. Like, I think there's a steadfast refusal to engage politically in the real world, you know? No, Tom McGuire, Pennsylvania shouldn't be more important than Wyoming just because of its population. To the extent that it should be weighted so it's not too much more important than Wyoming just because of its population. Otherwise, why should Wyoming be a part of this union? If all of a sudden it's not really a separate but equal state, right? Are Wyoming and Pennsylvania equally states with equal sovereignty and equal authority as a state? Yes. They have different interests, is what you don't seem to understand. We are a confederation of states with different interests. The interests of Wyoming are genuinely different than say New York. It's also the case that Wyoming skews way more conservative than New York. Does that mean their conservatism is wrong? No, it means their conservatism needs to be included in the union's interests. There's a powerful interest that Wyoming has to stay low population, low development, high amount of like grazing, agriculture stuff, plus national parks, etc. Okay, so then Tom McGuire, be honest then, and say, I want to get rid of these states from our union, and say that, because don't just say I want to treat some states as inferior along the lines that I want it to be, right? So if we find a very populous state that is also expensive in terms of its consumption of taxes, do we include the state taxes? So, Nevada doesn't have any state taxes. Do we include Nevada in this calculation and say they have a big advantage because the fewest amount of tax dollars from the federal government go there, plus their citizens have to be milked for fewer taxes? How do you measure this exactly? You're just talking about amount of money going in and out to the federal government. Why should the individual people within a state be responsible for federal mismanagement of tax dollars they never should have extracted from everybody in the first place? It's not up to me that whether the federal government spends more of its, say, highway dollars on highways in my state than in somebody else's. I'm sure the federal government spent way more in terms of highway dollars in California than they have in Delaware, if we're only because California is so much bigger in terms of area, right? Forgetting population even. And that's true, Cosmic Pentastar. A vote in Wyoming is worth more than a vote in New York. So if you live in a more populous state, your vote is always going to count less than somebody who lives in a less populous state for a number of reasons. One, your vote comprises a smaller percentage of the total votes cast in that state. Two, because of the weighting done by the Electoral College, such that if you consider a single vote as having some portion of ownership of a single electoral college member, that's true. Note, where do people have equal voice within their state? Where does their state, but not the people, have equal voice? In the Federation of States. I understand the difference between the two things. So nobody in Wyoming has any say over your state politics in New York. Every individual in New York has equal membership to that state and equal say on the electoral stuff that happens within that state. On the federal level, I don't think it was ever intended in the first place for the regular citizens of the states to vote for federal shit. I think that it was intended originally for state representatives, electorates, etc. That's why we have the Electoral College, to vote for federal stuff. In other words, the citizens elected their state government, the states elected their federal government. But that's not how it's played out, okay? We don't want to maximally make it more wrong. It should be like that because the federal government is supposed to be a federation of independent states. This is non-alcoholic beer. INFJ forever. Relax. You know that Paul Rudd commercial for Heineken Zero? So strangely, here in the quarterfinals of the Copa America, Brazil and Uruguay are tied 0-0 as we're getting very close to the end. It depends on the kind of it, Ninja. There are some that are zero point 0, and there are some that are less than zero point 0.5. This is less than zero point 0.5, but like Heineken Zero is zero point 0. Fatal Exception says hopefully Brazil pulls out the win. I'm not sure what they say. There's no extra time in this game. If tied after full time, it goes directly to PKs. So Uruguay has a guy who's been red carded already. They're playing down a man. Obviously, they want this thing to start to get to extra time as soon as possible. Dad, can we talk about Morse code for 30 minutes? I could. I could say dot dot dash the dash dash the dot 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 dash the dot dot the dash. I may be only one small vote, but at least I got off my ass and voted proudly because men and women died for me to have that right. Um, is that why they died? For voting rights? Remember, think about the right to free speech includes the right to remain silent. So too with the right to vote. The right to vote includes the right to not vote. Otherwise, it would be a duty. Keep wanting. Keep wanting to know. Who wants to know what? I want to know. I want to know a little bit of everything. How does CBD affect you mentally? I'm not sure if CBD does a whole heck of a lot. I suspect that when when I take the edibles that have more CBD and CB meow, um, then that those are more sleep oriented than ones that just for the THC, the edibles wise. It is not a duty, Victor. Jury duty is a duty. It's not your choice whether you want to do jury duty or not. You're supposed to do it no matter what. You're obligated to do it. It's a duty. Whereas voting is not a duty. You do not have to vote. It should be advised to most people, don't vote until you genuinely learn about how public policy plays out. Not just what you'd like to be the case, but how shit actually plays out. Unicorn, that's when you bring up your supervisor has your numbers dropped since then, and then at the same time you had to give them reasonable cost to make you drop. What? Comedy flu loves paragraphs. Like my PQ officer said, what he doesn't know doesn't hurt him. PO officer. PQ officer? Is that probation? Parole officer? Oh. PO. O stands for officer. Let's educate ourselves on what we are voting about. Well, I think most importantly, let's have an honest conversation about what kinds of government action create what kinds of impacts and what kinds of unintended impacts and what kinds of justifications are adequate to convince us and which kinds are not, ought not be. How many people in the country really know what's on the ballot? I don't know. INFJ entitles triggers me, says show media. Oh. Wow. Maybe you're just INF jealous. Have you thought about that? Show media. I mean, I find that name kind of helpful, actually. Like, it's it gives you a starting point to understand that the person probably understands themselves as such. It also is suggestive of not expressly valued SI. Like an SI person wouldn't put INFJ forever. They'd say, you know, I love recorders.
Mm-hmm. My sister has her name as Idiot Traveler because she loves traveling.
She called herself Idiot Traveler. It's FE Tool at work there, you know, doing its thing. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. Weak men creating hard times. I I was watching a video about this kind of cyclical understanding of things called the Big Cycle, and that's the basic progression of it as articulated by that. The the thing that becomes challenging is um, if we were to if we're looking at it through that frame, it's that there's this population of people for whom the world doesn't afford them much opportunity to do big things or accomplish a great deal, you know, like how how wide open the future is, as per um, Tom Petty, is I don't think is as subject to cyclicality as some other factors. Like there's no unexplored lands that you can still go just walk out into the wilderness and just claim as your own or whatever. Well, jury duty is an example of something that is a duty and is not a right. In other words, you can go along with it, but if you're not supposed to, not go along with it, right?
Yeah, it's true. And it could be you cannot go along with it for various reasons too. Like, Lou said that she had jury duty last year, the year before, and it was right after her snowboarding accident, so she had a herniated disc. And she said, she's like, I don't want to do this because I have a herniated disc, and they let her go.
Right. Well, as long as you go in and say, "Can I get out of this?" etc. But your duty is to at least show up to the
Show up,
core,
yeah.
and yeah. So
Hi, Show Media. Yeah, I've been here. Hi, Show Media. Howdy. How have you been?
I don't think my parents made me very tough.
Thanks, Winston's mom. Thanks, Show Media. Thanks. I've been trying to find out my Kitchener style essence. Talking about these kids that have brothers and sisters who actually know the spoiled bitches.
see. Smith says, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Mariposa, California. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, we're talking about whether or not, like, the idea of cycle. Ninja put it really well. Something like this. Let me see. Scroll up and read it. Okay. This idea. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Mhm.
So the idea being like, I think in this instance they're distinguishing between Gen X as being tough, but younger generations not. I think Gen X is part of that. Good times make weak people. I think we're in that phase.
And I think that, like, just from what I've seen, now this is like not fair for me to say because I don't know any millennial parents myself. Like, personally, I don't know any, but I see like TikToks, and this is like biased because I'm only seeing one point of view, but it seems like they're soft on their kids, and like millennials are soft on their kids and they don't set boundaries. Um, so Gen Alpha is like extremely defiant against their parents and don't really respect them. But I only see these videos saying our Gen Alpha is doomed or whatever. American needs will honor Americans. I mean, all you need to do, yeah, like, I mean, sure, I guess. No, we're not gonna have kids. Yeah, all the foreigners should know that America wants them. America does want them. That's true, Rachel, but I'm Gen X and had kids late, so my kids are Gen Alpha raised right. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know how millennials are doing as parents. I know people who have kids. I know of people who have kids, but I'm not friends with them anymore, so I don't know how they're doing. Like, I don't know, what their kids are like at all. And I heard a lot of Gen Zers are actually going to blue collar jobs because of the security behind it. And I definitely get that. I think that's a really smart move. That's cool, Unicorn Ninja.
But is she better than AI?
She probably is. I use AI every day with my, in a very vain way. I use it to test my body type and stuff like that. I use it for vain reasons. But sometimes when I do numerology and stuff, like I'll be like, ooh, I was like, this is my birthday. This is Eric's birthday. What are our life path, soul number, destiny number, personality number? And it'll do it wrong. So it's really not like the smartest thing.
Are you worried about the current generation that's going to run our country? Asked Victor.
I don't think about it. I wish I did. I feel like I should think about it, but I don't. And I don't know anyone Who's exactly big dog? I don't know. I don't know anyone who's young. So I mean, besides Delilah, I don't know. I mean, my cousins, but I'm not close with them. God forbid if my cousin Carly could be a good. I think she's an ISCJ. She could be a good president, but
The thing is, education is free for the first time ever, Comedy Flu. You don't have to pay anybody to learn anything. You just got to Google it.
yeah.
The problem is, we're still paying to have it done more poorly by human beings. Yeah. Like the internet, maybe? Comedy Flu?
Oh my god, is it your chart wrong by 7 hours? That's really not good. Like, what site was that? That totally will give you different, probably inaccurate results. I've heard that even cafe astrology sometimes don't get the degrees of planets right. I think on Reddit I saw that people trust AstroSeek and Astro.com for their astrology info. Yeah, that's like a total different chart, Winston's mom. That's terrible.
The thing is, I don't know what the impact of AI is ultimately going to be. We won't find out until they have um, artificial general intelligence, and we won't really find out until and unless they attain artificial super intelligence. Are there already artificial intelligences that have their own consciousness and identity? Well, I mean, I just watched a weird video on Tech It Realm where the guy said an AI is suing him.
What?
Yeah, it's some AI apparently autonomously drafted a cease and desist for the videos that he made using that AI before, and uh, saying to sue him, and it was signed like the AI. It wasn't signed like the company or anything. Weird. I mean, who knows how that came about? It could be somebody pranking him or something, but I don't know.
But yeah, AI is becoming such a person that it could take Michelle Shocked essence and
Yeah. So, Mikhail, the greatest grandpa, asks, "Do you have any advice for an 18-year-old mother with a 1/5 daughter? What's a 1/5 daughter?
yeah, what is a 1/5 daughter?
Maybe 2 years old, 2.5 years. I mean, 2 months, 2.5 months old. 1/5 of a year.
1.5 month old?
2 month old, call it.
Yeah. Oh man. I'm not a parent, so I don't have any advice, unfortunately, but Eric might.
I mean, every parent as well as you can, because every failure of parenting will haunt you forever. Wow, Brazil missed another one. Brazil's out. Uruguay's
Oh,
gonna win this
Uruguay!
thing. Not
Wow.
guaranteed. Uruguay could miss their last two. Brazil could get their last two, and then it would be tied. We'd have to go to another one. But it's looking like Uruguay's got a big leg up here. A leg is 1/5 of a baby. Okay. I like that answer.
I like that answer too.
Well, now social media is making me want to check out what INFJ's Forever is all about.
Let's do it.
Let's see. If Uruguay makes this one, it's over.
My sister has my nephew. He'll get born in 5 months.
Oh, I see. It's not that you have 1/5 of a baby, it's just that it's 1/5 of the way there. So Brazil still has a chance. Truth wide open. Following the field. Huh. Cool. Maybe we'll check that out. I'm sure Rachel will be interested to see.
Yeah, I am. I'm an INFJ, certified by Eric.
Brazil still has a chance.
I thought I was an ENFP forever. Oh, you know? I didn't blink because you told me. I blinked because I blinked. Oh, my bad. I don't know. I didn't mean to be like, oh, I'm an INFJ too. I just think it's interesting. A lot of people like
Uruguay wins. Hooray for Uruguay.
Hooray, hooray, hooray for Uruguay.
Because they beat Brazil and they are so happy.
Brazil was supposed to be number 1 or 2.
Let's see. Who are we? An excellent question, and one that's often asked when someone sees us from a distance for the first time. I'll try to answer because we're here to help. We are INFJs, most of the time anyway. There's 16 personality types. We are the ones that are hard to get a hold of. Possibly. Overstimulation, huh? We are a walking paradox. And even though we stand out, we blend in even better. And now that we hide or intentionally blend in, we sleepwalk through life, our subconscious state takes point. Chameleon is most likely one of the most environmentally sensitive animals on this planet. And presumably INFJ is chameleon-esque. Its temperature pivots on its environment, just like us. We absorb, then we rest, and if we don't get time out, we get sick. Doctors quite like us because we ask them how they're doing. Counselors and therapists hate us because we ask them if they're okay. We love helping others, it's what we do. We appreciate appreciation, but don't overdo it, keep it short and sweet. We have a great built-in fail-safe mechanism that propels us forward in life. If we find something interesting, we are the best at it. But if we stop being the best at it, we abandon it and move on. Maybe. Yes, we abandon, but never without good reason. We're great at closing doors. In fact, when we close them, it may be a very long time before we ever walk through that same door again. But we never abandon these. What, dogs?
I mean, I'm gonna sound like a heartless bitch right now, but there are times where I think about abandoning trouble. So, I mean, but I've also closed the door on people from my past and thought about opening it, but I'm not going to.
Do you want to see part 2?
Yeah.
Let's continue. This is our home, our strength, and our refuge. The older we get, our desire for nature grows deeper. We may be misunderstood by people a lot of the time. It can make us a little withdrawn. Whatever happens with these guys. deep connection with the earth and the innocent and the helpless. I agree with that. We can't not help. Well, that's why you gotta stay out of circumstances that ask you to. When you cherish harmony, peace, honesty, nature refuels us and gives us time to take stock. Rachel, you don't spend much time in nature, do you?
No. Like, I always think it's funny, like, when people are like, go, touch grass. Because, like, I am one of those people that,
What must we stay away from that can destroy us as INFJs? Let's see. Marijuana? Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. That's crazy.
I don't know if this is common for INFJs, but I know that whenever I had a therapist, I never asked them how they were doing. I always had questions about myself. I was like, this is their job. Like, it's time for them to tell me what's up. Like, that's what they're trained to do.
Well, I mean, different people, they indulge in different kinds of things, right? So it's like it's best to understand our indulgences in terms of firefighters or managers. Different people, you know, everybody has an area of temporal bargaining where they understand themselves as doing stuff that's hard that they don't want to do, but when they're done, then they'll get some kind of reward, etc. What exactly functions as your reward or indulgence is, it depends. The nice thing about marijuana is that for somebody who becomes a regular smoker of it, it's very much like tobacco, and it doesn't really get you high particularly. It's got a kind of a freakish tolerance curve. So it's only people who don't smoke marijuana very often who, or haven't for very long, who think that marijuana has these substantial impacts. But there is a tendency for us all to project from our own experience onto the world.
Right. Like, I don't think marijuana is perfect for everyone. I think that there definitely are people who suffer from anxiety when they smoke marijuana, and it's not for them.
It also depends on where you are in your life. Like, I had panic attacks smoking pot after my dad died.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna turn the air conditioning back on, I think.
Okay. Yeah, Unicorn Ninja, like that would happen with me too. Right, Stephanie. So smoking weed is not for you. I've had like mostly positive interactions with weed.
The other thing is your relationship with the drug changes over time. I don't have the same relationship with amphetamines that I used to. It doesn't do the same thing to me exactly. I feel less pleased with my engagement with them than I used to.
don't think that people become addicted to weed.
I guess in the spirit of the day, I'll watch this soccer game too.
Women's soccer?
Women's professional soccer. Victor is addicted to vodka.
Well, here's the thing. A habit, it doesn't mean that you're addicted. Like, some people have a habit of every morning going to the bathroom, peeing, brushing their teeth, taking a shower. Like, that's a habit. But they're not, maybe they're addicted to their habit. I don't know, but I don't think so.
I'm addicted to brushing my teeth.
Yeah, like my mom is very regimented, and like thanks, Winston's mom. Yeah, SI routines, exactly.
INFJ Forever says mushrooms were probably the only drug I didn't have a negative experience on.
I'm jealous of that. I have negative experiences when I've taken mushrooms. Not all the time, which drives me crazy about it. But it makes me nauseous, and then I fight the nausea because I don't want to throw up, but I know that if I throw up, I'll feel better. I just don't do well with mushrooms, but weed I do well with. Ketamine I do well with, but I think I do well with ketamine because I have a partner who's done it himself and who like knows what happens when you go in the K-hole and stuff. So it wasn't like when I went in the K-hole, like I had someone who was like panicking and freaking out, like, oh my god, like what's wrong with you? We need to bring you to the hospital. Like, he knew that I was okay. And that all I needed to do was like lay in bed, and it was like magical. I had a fucking magical K-hole experience. It was like, I don't know. I don't want to do LSD. I don't want to do LSD. I wanted to try Molly, but I want to try like the real stuff. I don't want to.
You do think people get addicted to weed? Well, certainly they get habituated to it, but I don't think I've ever smoked as much weed as I did, or as regularly as I do cigarettes, or did cigarettes when I smoked cigarettes, you know?
There's not much harm in mushrooms, but I would be physically ill. Like I would be okay. So like I get tired usually on it. So I'm fighting nausea. Plus I'm trying to close my eyes, but when I close my eyes, I hallucinate. I see shapes and kaleidoscopes and everything. So I'm up and I'm fighting nausea, and it's not fun. So mushrooms isn't for everyone either. Just how marijuana isn't for everyone. But I would never say to people, don't try. I don't know. It's up to the individual. Like try it, experience, see how you like it.
Are we collecting donations? No, not really. If you want a super chat, you can.
I'm sure mushrooms do to some people have a medicinal purpose. If your poop smells like kerosene, then there's something wrong in your intestines.
I'd say stop drinking kerosene.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Unicorn Ninja. For sure, it's quitting cigarettes. You find yourself wanting a cigarette so often. It's like, it's, and it lasts a long time, you know?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go with everything?
Well, I'm gonna put this stuff in the sink.
Okay, sure.
I'll get that.
As shoots. Hi, Brandon Alanis. Oh, it's shrooms. Now, LSD is more likely than shrooms to have a bad trip because you can trip a lot harder on acid than you can on mushrooms. Even if you take way too many mushrooms, um, it's like more of the same, right? Like the same, but just more intense. With LSD, there are levels, and you know, you could be tripping way too hard. Remember that LSD is something that operates in micrograms. LSD lasts way longer. It's just scarier across the board. Have you been smoking your bombers with a kerosene lamp? Is that what caused the problem? Don't use an old-fashioned kerosene lamp to pull bong rips with. Well, if you can successfully drink alcohol like that, and it helps you relax and is a reward at the end of the day, etc., then more power to you. You know, I've never been able to never able to manage my drinking like that. So. According to the Center of Disease Control, approximately 3 in 10 people who use cannabis have cannabis use disorder. It is estimated that people who use cannabis have about a 10% likelihood of becoming addicted. And that's called cannabis use disorder. Do I have cannabis use disorder? I see. Hi, Mr. Kev. How's it going? I do believe that probably exercise has a lot to do with your overall mental, emotional, physical well-being. And something I'd like to incorporate more of into my regimen. The following are signs of cannabis use disorder: using more cannabis than intended, trying but failing to quit using cannabis, spending a lot of time using cannabis, craving cannabis. Okay, well. Well, I mean, at some point, Putty Cat, you have to evaluate whether or not those are adequate as criteria, because it was the case that the relationship continued using cannabis even though it caused problems at home, and it caused substantial social relationship problems for her. But that's because they were wrong and were being oppressive, and so should Should you fight the good fight? Abso-fucking-lutely you should. Now her parents have learned something. See you later, Victor. Have a good one. Hi, Chamander X. NWSL, National Women's Soccer League. Washington is winning 3-0 against Bay. I'm not sure what Bay stands for. Bay Area? What you doing? Just watching some TV. Doing a little streaming. Probably will wrap it up for a super long time. I mean, those kind of determiners as to whether something's a problem, like do other people think it's a problem, are really questionable. Eric, please give the class home to invite foreigners to the country. Don't want to talk about that. Give that homework to invite foreigners to the country. Oh, homework, I see. Are your meow as bad as mine, Eric? Are yours what? Are my what as bad as yours? Bye, y'all, says Unicorn Ninja. Bye. There's a Nate Diaz versus Jorge Masvidal boxing match coming up here in a bit. Is there? Is it pay-per-view or is it on regular TV? You see me dunging them out? My ears? I do like to pick at my ears, but it's not because there's anything gross about them. Oh, you mean like this kind of stuff? Yeah, I do that stuff. I get the grease off of them. It's where there's grease. But I'm pretty clean. I took a shower yesterday. I'm pretty clean at the moment. Am I suggesting the CDC is incorrect? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't even know if they're incorrect. They're just arbitrarily labeling people who self-report the following as suffering from some kind of pathology. Let me see about this fight. Oh, you're from Ireland, huh? That's cool. Do you live in Dublin? It's known to be Ireland's #1 city in the world. Now we have a different soccer game on now. Gotham FC at Angel City FC. I don't see the boxing match anywhere coming up. Oh, you're in the north, huh? Well, I am not from Ireland. Can you guess where I'm from? That's right, China. Yeah, people can have, I mean, people can have a behavioral disorder of some kind linking to addiction, like linking to what you might call a form of obsessive compulsive disorder, really. You know, it's not that people can't have problems with marijuana. It's not that people can't have problems with alcohol. I just question the wisdom, legitimacy, or point of giving it some fancy psychology name, you know? The problem with me is not that I have alcohol abuse disorder, it's that I was a drunk, you know? And alcohol is a vastly different kind of drug than marijuana is. Okay? People can have a, some kinds of, you can experience problems with marijuana, sure. You can experience problems with anything. But nobody, uh, I mean, alcohol is unique among drugs for a lot of ways. Certainly, the impact of the drug on most people most of the time is a much more um, risk intensive kind of drug experience. But the thing is that you could point out like, oh, this person has tobacco use disorder. They You could identify all those same things for tobacco, right? That they identify for cannabis use disorder. You can identify all the same criteria. Smoking cigarettes more than intended, trialing but failing to quit smoking cigarettes, spending a lot of time smoking cigarettes, craving cigarettes, using cigarettes even though it causes problems at home, school, or work, continuing to use cigarettes despite social or relationship problems, giving up important activities with friends or family because you smoke cigarettes. Well, that wouldn't be indicative of a problem with smoking cigarettes. You don't have cigarette use disorder. You're a smoker in a world that's increasingly hostile to smokers. I don't know how lucky I am to have brown grass. It's smoking viper skin that really gets to you. That shit's real hard to get off of. Viper skin? What's viper skin? You mean like snake skin? Well, I do use this nicotine vape, and sometimes I feel a bit of a nicotine craving, but no, putty cat. My point is, those things aren't disorders. Those things are as simple as you should quit smoking pot. You should quit smoking cigarettes. You should quit drinking. If you should, you know? And that's something that each person is going to have to determine for themselves. They're not disorders. It's not the case that every time somebody has a problem with something that is a disorder. You know, oh, I'm wasting too much money on meow right now. I don't have a spending disorder, right? I need to check myself before I wreck myself or something. Or, oh, I'm really staying up too late right now. I don't necessarily have a sleep disorder. I'm just need to get more sleep. Rachel does have an actual sleep disorder, but you could say really it's just part and parcel of her bipolar mania. You could either say bipolar mania is in fact a sleep disorder, or you could say it having problems with sleeping is a necessary component of bipolar mania. Regardless, the point is not every time somebody has a problem with something, does it comprise some kind of medical issue? We have to make good distinctions between things that are matters of personal responsibility and things that are not. You know, if I get West Nile virus out here because I get bit by a mosquito or something, then in that case, the fact that I'm unavailable because of being on West Nile virus, having that and being very sick or whatever, is something that people will go, okay, well, shit happens, you know, act of God, nothing you can do about it. Even though you could argue that I should not have gone outside at all this time of night because I should have known the risk of getting West Nile or whatever. In contrast, if I can't go to work today because I'm too drunk, people are generally not going to be that cool with that, you know. Go, oh, I can't do it. I got tired. I'm already way too drunk. Yeah, I should not have got so drunk before work, but I did. It's not going to go over nearly as well as I wish I hadn't gotten West Nile virus, but I did. So the thing is, when things are medical problems, that means you have limited culpability. I don't think you should have limited culpability for behavior problems like that. Right, yeah. Well, that's what I was getting at, Pussycat. In Rachel's case, you're dealing with not really a sleep disorder per se, but it's implicit to what bipolar mania is.
Yeah, like on my bottle of Klonopin, it says for anxiety and insomnia. And the insomnia, the lack of sleep, is what triggers a manic episode, like after several days of no sleep. Yeah. So I told my mom, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if she ever knew what I was taking. I was like, yeah, I take an opioid and I'm probably going to be on it for the rest of my life. Like, it just didn't, she didn't acknowledge it at all. She's like, oh, I'm glad it's treating your anxiety. And I was like, yeah, and insomnia. Like,
did you call it an opioid? It's a benzo.
Oh, it's a benzo?
You're not on an opioid.
Oh, okay.
I'd be worried if you were on opiates or opioids.
Oh, I'll correct it when I see.
Benzos are not that.
Oh, I will correct it next time I talk to her, because that's a big difference.
Yeah, she thinks you're on something like Fenty.
Yeah, no. No.
You're on a benzo.
But I was trying to tell her that I'll probably be on it for the rest of my life, and she just she just it was it does not compute.
So she just ignored what you said and just said something irrelevant?
She just kept on being like, oh, that's so great, it helps your anxiety. I'm like, well, actually, it helps my insomnia too. And she's like, no, nothing. She just would not, insomnia is not a real thing in her mind, so therefore just she couldn't grasp the concept of being on something for the rest of my life.
That's SI tool.
Because she's not like that?
She can't imagine having problems sleeping.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have any problems with that.
Emily DeAngelis is an INFP.
Ooh, INFP, huh? Do you like listening to Morrissey and the Smiths?
True that, simple girl. It's hard for people to relate if they don't experience it. For more so for some types than for others.
Yeah. But I really wanted to let her know, like, I'm going to be on this stuff, on this medication for the rest of my life. That's why it's like working. But I don't know. As an INFP, do you really like your cardigans and bulky sweaters for warmth and comfort?
Do you like to sit by the window as the raindrops drip down the outside of the glass with your hot coffee and your legs up in a bulky sweater? Reading sad poems? So, Putty Cat, maybe I defend it because I use it. I don't not defend alcohol, though, right? Like, I understand that alcohol, if you can use it well, is is kind of a dream drug, you know? It relaxes you, it warms you up, it does a lot of things that are you want a drug to do, but for me, it was always like difficult to reach a point where I felt like I feel exactly the alcohol buzz I want to feel, and I'm going to stop now and work my way down into the feeling hungover part, kind of. If you were to do it perfectly and have like one glass of red wine a night before bed or something, that might even you might even avoid the bad part more or less. But I I don't have a good relationship with that drug.
I don't have a good relationship with it either. I mean, like, if, like, when Ruben and Acacia were here and I had a couple drinks with them, like, that was fine. I felt tipsy, but, yeah, it was only 2 drinks. But I don't like.
I don't know a good free MBTI test, Cosmic Pit Star. I don't. There are some perhaps that are less bad than others, but I haven't surveyed them.
Like, what's her essence?
What are my choices?
Anything. If you were to be like, look at that girl and be like, I'm just. I think. I'm just being playful.
This girl?
Yeah.
Her essence is like drill sergeant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, drill sergeant essence.
If I had to pick a non-human essence, I would say like granite.
Ooh, granite essence. She does have granite essence. Is she a granite essence goalie? We'll see.
We will.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I guess her vibe, INFJ forever. Rachel likes these various uh, categorizations of people into meow, 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 you know.
Mostly because I like to know what mine is. I want to know, and I keep on asking ChatGPT, but I get different answers from YouTube, and it's like, ChatGPT says that I'm romantic, natural, and classic essence, and I tend to believe with that. But when I hear about what a romantic essence is, I'm like, I mean, I'm lush in my skin and stuff, but I don't wear like silk. I don't think I have anything that's drapey on me. Like, I don't walk around looking like Sofia Vergara or
Who's Sofia Vergara?
she's I'll show you.
I don't, Booty Cat, but I'm not planning on watching it, right? I don't think I'm going to watch it tonight, so it's fine. Yeah. The distillation of her ontology. Might call that her essence. Every act of rebellion expresses a nostalgia for innocence and an appeal to the essence of being. I wish you just ended that sentence at innocence, right? They won 19-8. Wow. Cool. You could think of a person's essence as the smell she leaves behind. That's true.
Yeah, essence does. And actually, like, the way a person speaks too apparently has to do with their essence as well. It's like a mix of everything. It's so frustrating. I want to know, cause like I'm down to like dress for my essences. I have like enough clothes to do that. But let's see, red carpet.
Your essence is adorable.
Thanks. Okay. So this is Sofia Vergara, and she is romantic, dramatic essence. See, this is romantic, dramatic essence. I don't have dramatic because I'm not that. That's romantic, dramatic.
Mm. Oh, Noam Chomsky, you're such a blown Blomsky.
I order clothes. I can't. We are not very close to a mall. I think the mall that's close to us is in Fresno. So I shop online.
There's probably one in Merced.
That's true. They're probably. Let me look. Mall in. Marketplace at Merced. Shopping mall. JC Penney. They have an antique mall. You should check that out sometime. Wow, it's real like 1980s mall vibes.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds cool. We should check it out.
We should.
Like, how does Noam Chomsky consider the essence of anarchism to be a rule for holding the powerful accountable? How is that? How is that anarchic at all? Apply a burden of proof rule to those in authority. That's not anarchic. That's that's like law based, codification based. Hi, Ruben R.
Hey, Rubenar.
We could go make liminal spaces videos, you know.
What's that?
Like you find empty parts of old malls and, you know, film and be like, and they have some like warbly music playing in the background. This is the essence of intuitive heuristics. When faced with a difficult question, we often answer an easier one instead, usually without noticing the substitution. What a great quote. That's a good one. Silver Girl says, I never have left ordering and then it's such a pain to send back.
Don't I know it? I usually end up donating.
It's called chalking it up to the L column.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they have like stuff, but not stores that I shop at, unfortunately. I mean, Target, yeah. But like I was hoping they would have a Hollister there, but no.
Do they have Forever 21?
Doesn't look like it.
Do they have Temporarily 21?
I wish they did. I wish they had both. They have.
Do they have Abercrombie and Fitch?
No. Hot Topic, they have.
Woo, Hot Topic.
Yeah, Aeropostale. But they do have a lot of open stores where, you know.
Might be fun to go to a mall.
It could be, yeah.
If it were open for 24 hours, we'd go right now.
That'd be fun. It's got 2.5 stars. Wow, that's pretty bad.
Do they have Old Man 53? That's a good question. That'd be a good name for a store. Guys, it's 5 a.m. here. I need to head to bed or my kids are going to unalive me in the morning. Fair enough. Fair enough. You should go to bed. Sounds like you've got a similar sleep schedule to Rachel.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty pleased that I was able to do that PayPal stuff. That's good.
Me too.
I've been needing to do that for a while. That's fine. Don't forget to get a cookie at Aunt Millie's Cookies at the mall. We can also get I believe that's a pretzel place, isn't it? Aunt Millie's Pretzels or is it cookies? Where do you get the pretzels from?
Auntie Anne's.
Auntie Anne's Pretzels.
Yeah.
Good to know. All right. Well, I'm inclined to wrap this up pretty quick. I hope they do have an orange Julius. That'd be great. I'm not exactly sure what we'll do after we do wrap this up, but are you hungry, Rachel? No?
No, I know I should be.
No, you don't. No, you should be. I'm hungry. I think I might eat something else.
Okay. I'm still here. I'm still here. It's not goodbye yet. I wonder if they would have Orange Julius at the mall. It seems like they really, like, for them not to have an Abercrombie, or it doesn't even look like they have a Victoria's Secret. I'm very surprised. I don't think Eric's retired for the night. He's making food for himself right now. He might be done. We don't know what we'll be doing after. I'd like to see the standings of in baseball. Mrs. Mom says, Rachel, I rearranged my bedroom furniture today. Now I want to paint and get new curtains. One small step leads to many others. Yeah, Victoria's Secret's like usually a staple. Like if you have a hot topic, you'd think that there'd be a Victoria's Secret. I mean, I don't shop there, but sometimes I'll shop there for like their perfumes and their body sprays and stuff. There's a 15.5 games out of the wild card.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that is. I want to know where New York Yankees are, where the Dodgers are, and where the Phillies are. I'm worried about the Phillies for some reason this year.
Trust Rachel's intuition regarding that. English cheese.
Isn't there an undies section in most places, like Macy's, Spence, like JCPenney? Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a Macy's at the Merced Mall.
What about Bloomingdale's?
I didn't see.
Where did I put my coffee cup? Irrepressible. If you see thoughts of death all the time, yeah, that's the best.
Oh my gosh, it's so old looking, the Merced Mall. Look at this picture. How 1987 to like 1990 is that? What happened?
My coffee cup.
Oh, I put it in the dishwasher probably.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
There's another one that looks like it just pulled out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're a real hero to the people.
Thanks. I hope that I'm a real hero just to you.
What?
Nothing. Like this dress, if they had a Hollister there, that'd be great because we can go there and I could shop and then I could like return stuff too. This is a Hollister dress that I'm wearing. They have like sales a lot of times, so you could get like good deals and stuff. It's funny because I used to dress in Abercrombie like as a teenager, and now I'm buying them again in my 30s, my late 30s. I'm 39. I mean, almost 40.
They have a free people.
No, no free people.
What about anthropology?
No. Not so, not that it seems. It's really hard for me to.
They don't have the greatest website.
No. It looks like JCPenney. Man, I don't know. Like they're working on. I don't know what they're doing. Like they're working on making it bigger. They have plans to make it bigger. Yeah, they do have plans to make it bigger. Even if they had a Forever 21 there, because like Forever 21, you could get like pretty cheap clothing. I know at Target you could get good clothing. They have a Panera and a Chipotle, but it really like doesn't have much at all. It's strange, but they are looking to expand. Jewelry stores. Rachel, the first year I was married, I bought a bunch of sexy stuff from Fredericks of Hollywood. It arrived discreetly packaged, and so did my friends from work who insisted I open the package. Oh my god. I think Fredericks of Hollywood has romantic and dramatic essence. Oh. I would be shy about that stuff too. I mean, I don't like going into Victoria's Secret with another guy. I mean, you know, with like I would hate to bring you there. Like I would think, "Oh my god, this is like ultimate boring." But I don't go there. I used to when like Frederick came in the mail, I used to look at it and be like, "Ooh, this is racy stuff." I guess my mom would get like, you know, like a lot of magazines in the mail for shopping. That was one of them. I think when I show off too much cleavage, it's risque. But I've been conditioned to think that way because my mom like was always on my butt about what I wore.
It's 118 degrees here in the USA, and happy 4th of July, and not good for me to do the power outages. We had power outage for 24 hours, over 24 hours.
Yeah. We got really lucky that they fixed it yesterday morning, or last night. I can't remember. It wasn't until 2 a.m. Teenage boys used to participate in the bra section of. Yeah, you know, that's what you do. Or, like, that's what you used to do. When you wanted to see scandalous things, you could look in the JCPenney or. Oh, yes, I am married. I'm married to Eric. He's my husband. And our anniversary is on Monday. My mom sent a nice package of goodies for us for our first anniversary.
Our power outage Putty Cat had absolutely nothing to do with that, and it's actually not true. It's just sort of a conservative media trope. The reason we had a power outage because we had fires here in Mariposa that prevented that caused the outage and then prevented the fixing people to get to it until they put out the fire.
Yeah, but yesterday when we were in town, there were tons of like fire trucks and fire emergency vehicles like everywhere. Oh, we've been married. It'll be a year. On Monday, July 8th, we got married, 2023. And we've been together for almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in September. It's the longest relationship I've ever been in, and it's the first time that I've been married.
How sweet. I mean, I've not experienced these common power outages that you talk about until I moved here, and they've always been linked to weather events, not rolling brownouts or whatever. That's not been my experience at all in California that we've had these rolling brownouts. I remember one year, you know, I think there was a problem with the total amount of power available, but it's not normal.
Yes. We're happy, and
Yeah, I'm happy.
yeah, Eric's happy. Thanks, simple girl.
So California may experience some power constancy issues, but I don't. And that's not common to my experience, especially now when we had Southern California Edison. I will say Pacific Gas and Electric seems worse than Southern California Edison.
Well, I didn't want to answer for him, Jordan Brandon. I wasn't going to. Like, I was looking scared because I'm anxious for the answer. Of course, I want Eric to be happy and to say that he's happy.
Oh yeah, I'm super happy. Did I not say that? I'm sorry.
No, you did. You did. I dare you to eat your ramen noodles. Flavors are chicken and beef with cream cheese. Really? With cream cheese?
That'd be an odd.
We have a 14-year age difference. I'm 39, he's 53. I think it's good that I have a big body.
Yeah, she looks a lot younger than 39, huh?
Yeah, I'm 39. And I am thicker, but sometimes I know that the beauty standard right now is to be real thin. But yeah, we're answering questions, Steve. We always answer questions.
I mean, Steve, put it this way: we're always fielding questions. We may or may not answer them.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks, simple girl. Thanks, Jordan Brandon.
I agree with Jordan.
Thank you. I do get worried. I'm like, no, because medication I'm on really makes it hard to lose. All right. He's happy. He doesn't care.
I'm happy, you know. It's like if we were going to be all like sensors and stuff, then I'm sure we go out and exercise, both of us. You know, I feel like I'm getting out of shape or whatever, but it's just not really our style.
It's not our style.
You are enough, Rachel.
Oh, thanks. Simple Clark, I agree. We are at Mariposa, California. And I am enough. And I do think those models are hungry. Not even just models, but like the people who are taking Ozempic now.
Everybody's taking Ozempic.
It's true.
There. We don't drink alcohol, Steve.
No, this is non-alcoholic beer. Yeah, like Kate Moss has that famous quote saying, no food tastes as good as skinny feels. And I mean, dude, I fucking hate that quote so much, but like, it's easier to fit into some clothes when, I don't know.
Skinny doesn't feel good. Skinny feels hungry, probably.
Skinny feels very hungry. They do.
Yeah, Steve, this particular non-alcoholic beer is less than 0.5%, which is
Mhm.
less than 1 proof, which is essentially nothing. As a recovering alcoholic, I drink it. I don't have any problems. I haven't drank alcohol for 10 years. So, but sometimes we get 0.0. I don't really care either way. They, as far as I can tell, it's the same amount of alcohol, which is not no alcohol. So,
I sometimes think Kate Moss still is. Like I think if you were to go up to her now, like she still parties and stuff. I mean, I think she's chilled out a lot since like 2005 when she got like, she was in the tabloids for doing cocaine, I think at a club or something.
yeah, sometimes we get Heineken Zero.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes we do get Heineken Zero, and I think Bitburger, which is our favorite, is 0% alcohol.
Yeah, Bitburger Drive.
So, McCall, did you like care about your weight because you were worried about what your husband would think? Because I worry about that, But obviously, Eric's reassuring me a lot, so.
Well, I wouldn't call Rachel a recovering alcoholic, but I think that she has picked up the habit of drinking non-alcoholic beer since she's been with me because she likes the taste of beer sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I do like the taste of beer. I've always liked the taste of beer. I used to go to like beer festivals and stuff where you get to taste like a bunch of beer. I used to drink Guinness a lot. Sam Adams was a favorite brand of mine. Blue Moon. Lagunitas. I liked stout. I like IPAs I always thought were okay. I always liked trying other kinds more than IPAs.
Like Rachel does occasionally drink alcohol, unlike me.
Occasionally.
Yeah,
I
like
don't.
one hand's worth of times the whole time we've been
Yeah,
together, and she'll have just one drink usually. So
yeah. I don't really. I'm not really a drinker. Like when I was in, when I went to Mercy for outpatient treatment of addiction, specifically weed addiction, which I don't have, and bipolar, they would test us for marijuana, and marijuana has, like, it could stay in your system for three days, sometimes up to a week, depending on how much you have. So I like couldn't get away with smoking weed, so I was like, okay, I'll drink. Then there was a time where I was like, no, you know what? If I'm gonna do this right, I'm not gonna drink. And my aunt, we were at we were tailgating at a concert, and my mom was like, oh, come and visit us after work. We're gonna be tailgating for this, I think probably Chicago concert. And I'm hanging out with my aunts and uncles. My aunt Leslie asked me, she's like, do you miss drinking? And I was like, no, I don't miss drinking at all. And I wanted to say, but I miss smoking weed. But I didn't want to cause any tension, so I didn't mention that. But yeah, like quitting alcohol, but quitting everything fucking sucked. I hated it. I hated not being able to have any vice. It just like made me an angry person.
understandably,
Eric is a recovering addict. I'm not. My parents thought that I had a weed addiction, and I don't have a weed addiction. Well, you know what, Simple Girl, like, what makes me feel good is that, like, when Eric had a crush on Tracy Gold, he liked her when she had, like, meat on her bones, and was upset when she was anorexic. You know, she probably still battles with that stuff. It's really hard to, like, bounce out of that.
I mean, I still do every drug that I ever did do except alcohol. So, I mean, my drug of choice is probably amphetamines,
Mm.
but depends on my mood. I like mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mushrooms like you too.
I'll take some ketamine, DMT.
Oh yeah, DMT. I don't mind DMT.
Uh, you know, if somebody else has, it's like if it were to fall in my lap, I do cocaine, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get it.
Yeah.
I don't really
A
like
night,
it.
like a night of.
A night of cocaine, maybe. Ideally, it's got some meth mixed in with it. Because just cocaine is kind of eh.
It makes. I hate how it makes my sinuses feel.
Well, Jordan, so do you not do any substances at all? I just quit alcohol because um, that was the only drug that I ever did that made me feel at the mercy of the drug. You know, like cunning, baffling, powerful. I will never be able to defeat this. I can't use it sustainably. It's 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 stronger than me. So I had to quit alcohol because I had that relationship with alcohol. I get it that you can have it with other things too. I don't seem to have it quite with other things. Meth is a tricky one, right? It's like it's so strong and lasts so long. It's easy to just immediately fall into to doing it for weeks or months. But now nowadays things are different. I do take Adderall now, but I have a finite amount of it a month, and I go through it before the month's up, and then I, end up taking some time off before I get the next bottle. It's a good kind of intermediate ground. I don't really want to do sober whatever. I'm happy with my current state of affairs. As it is, I've I'm way down on my drug consumption from what it used to be. So
Me too, actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
we basically just smoke weed and
Yeah.
occasionally do a little Adderall.
And if I'm feeling like really tired, I won't smoke weed. Like I'll smoke weed like maybe once in the day. But
Yeah.
if I'm really tired, I don't know, I don't go for it. I'm not dependent on it. I just like seriously enjoy it. Uh,
With me, she's done DMT. She did ketamine,
mhm.
amphetamines, but not meth. Um, Whippets. We did a lot of whippets. Uh,
Don't do a lot of
no,
whippets.
don't do that. That's like it, more or less, right?
Yeah.
Sorry to answer for you.
No, you did. That's it. That's it. I'm pretty PG-13 when it comes to drugs, but I like it that way. I'm kind of a baby. I like to be in control. I don't want to have a bad hallucination and then like, mm-mm. They are bad news, Putty Cat. They are. We learned the hard way. And I thought like they were like kid stuff. I thought whippets were like kid stuff because you hear about um, kids in high school huffing stuff. Thank you, Mrs. Mom. Do you have any? Do you have a lot of crazy drug stories?
Uh, yeah, sort of. I mean, I don't typically think of them as stories I like to tell. Like it's puts me in whatever mental space, I guess. I had I don't feel the kind of youthful glee I used to feel about it. I feel more like old man shaking his head at the reckless young person. So, but that recklessness doesn't just exclusively include drugs. You know, I was reckless in a lot of ways, really.
You know what? Like made me a little upset. Corey always tries to get Eric to drink. Like, from the first, no, not the first, the second time we ever hung out with, or like something like that, with like Liz and Corey at their house. Like, the first time we hung out there, where it was the three of us, and it was like the day before Christmas or something. Um, Corey like was like on Eric's butt about like drinking, and I was just like, I just thought I didn't say anything, but I just thought to myself, I'm like, whoa, like chill. Um, I wish he didn't. Um, I don't know. Whatever. Um, but he like doesn't have a problem with that. Like, I don't know. I guess he doesn't see that you do.
Well, he's trying to validate his own world of chaos or something, I guess.
Yeah, I think it would be like, it would seem like the old days.
Yeah. The thing is, Simple Girl, I did not outgrow cigarettes. Okay, I want to stress that. I in the aftermath of quitting smoking cigarettes, I've thought about it quite a bit, and I felt mad on a few occasions that I'm sure this is just displacement, but at the conventional narratives about quitting smoking cigarettes. The thing is, cigarettes, like alcohol, are fantastic. They're great. There's no substitute. I would love to not have to quit smoking. I could just feel that my lungs were getting super cashed. It's like I could feel the physical degradation of that. And so I just felt like uh, rather than accepting where this is going, I'm going to cut it off at the pass here, you know. But I did not outgrow cigarettes. My body, I used up my body, you know. It's a sad, therefore it's something I have to mourn, you know. It's not like, aha, I left that dirty thing behind. It's the truth of it is, how sad I don't get to smoke cigarettes anymore. But it's still the right decision. And so uh, that's the thing is, nobody ever succeeds by lying when they're quitting something. I didn't quit drinking by lying to myself about it. I'm not going to quit smoking cigarettes by lying to myself about it either. This is so woefully inferior to a cigarette, it's ridiculous. It does give you nicotine, I guess, but so anyway, I need to take better care of myself, be a little more healthy. I need to exercise more. I know that exercise is important to overall well-being. I read that a lot in studies and stuff. It's consistent with my fourth slot function frame of reference anyway, that says this isn't low calorie beer we're drinking, it's non-alcoholic beer. I mean, smoking was fine for me for decades, so I'm not sure what the problem was. I mean, I do know what the problem was, that there is some cumulative effect. But That's life in the big city.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that was making me feel, I mean, one of a number of correlated stuff about basically what period of my life I'm in, how old I am, and how I'm doing in terms of my progression from infant to corpse. Uh, it's easy to find myself in a state of brooding where I feel like I've somewhat lost the impetus to make things or do things of significance. And I find myself thinking about mortality a lot because any kind of long term planning needs to sort of account for duration, I guess. Uh, well, Jordan, did you ever get to do DMT? What was your experience with it? Nutrition and hydration is important as well. That one comes a little more naturally to me. Nutrition and hydration. Um, Sleep's a bit of a problem for me because of the Adderall. And it's the sleep deficit more than anything else that correlates to dark or negative thoughts. I really need to kind of practice more mindfulness. But the biggest problem is I don't feel as though I have so much clarity regarding my purpose or destiny as maybe I once did, in the sense of another way of putting that is what I feel like doing with my time, right? It used to be I had lots of things I wanted to do and not enough time to do it. And now it's like I have all the time in the world to do whatever. And for whatever reason, little inclination, I had enough heat. That was the problem. Okay. Well, it wasn't actually heating because I had the heater set lower than the temperature. But now I have it on. I have it on cool. Simple Girl says, so do I. I always worry about death, suffering. Yeah. And then, like, last night I was thinking about the terms irrepressible thoughts of death and invasive thoughts of death, but I was looking for a third word. I couldn't think of what it was. It was, in fact, intrusive thoughts of death. But because I couldn't think of that word, then I started getting fretful about having Alzheimer's disease. Fun, right? Fun. The bottom line is, it's ultimately about finding more balance with my sensory instances of attention. I need to do more stuff, either complete more work projects like making shit, or do stuff like sweep up outside, chores, that kind of stuff, or do stuff like exercise on purpose, like go for a run or something, or do stuff like go explore the wilderness. In the absence of doing stuff, then the other thing that I need to take care of a lot is my animal self. Like, I need to eat enough, sleep enough, etc. So basically, when I'm feeling distressed or stuck in a negative thought loop, I can understand that as an expression of some failure on sensory grounds. You're probably not going to be able to see this, but I guess that's a drone up there. Seems to be moving around a lot in the sky. If it were a star, it wouldn't seem to be moving quite that much. Let's look from over here, see if we can see it. Yeah, that's... Huh. Right, let me see. Where are the... Okay, that's the front. Okay, so I'm front looking. So now we're going to look across the street into the sky. See if we can see that little light. I suspect it's too faint for this camera. That's really weird, though. It seems like these two lights are in the sky as though they were two ends of a long stick, okay? And they're moving in coordination with one another. But they don't seem to be one part of one craft of any sort. What is that? Are my eyes just tripping out or something? Huh. No, my eyes are not tripping out. What in the world is that? I wonder if Rachel's listening to this. Let me go get her. See what she thinks about this. Well. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, I heard you. I'm definitely come out.
Okay. She heard me. She's going to come out. She's just being... This is a very weird one. Because these two lights that are a fair distance apart from one another. I'm over here, Rachel. They seem to be moving in coordination with each other. No, it's not just my imagination. They are moving. Over here, Rachel. Over here.
To the left?
To this side, over here.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Well,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay. You see, right there's two stars that are kind of close to each other.
Like,
Keep an eye on, right?
oh, it's moving.
You see it? That's what I'm talking about. Right now, it seems
It's moving. They're both moving.
They're moving in coordination with
Yeah,
each
they
other,
are.
right?
Yeah. Whoa, that's so trippy. What? It's like they're attached, but I don't think they are. And they're definitely moving. What? That is so weird. I mean, they're completely in sync.
Right? Like they're two ends of a stick diagonally going up,
Yeah.
you know?
One's brighter than the other.
I wish you guys could see this on the camera, but it's impossible to see.
can't stay still, really.
Yeah, one of them is brighter than the other.
I mean, every time they move, one moves, the other one moves with it.
Right?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna like wash. You know, they have like when you try different perfumes, they like might make you sniff coffee. I'm gonna look at other stars now. They're all
Yeah, I did that too. I
stationary.
found two together and
Okay, now it's just seemed it's definitely moving, right?
yeah, like right now it's moving all over the place,
Yeah.
right? It does seem that they're not perfectly coordinated, though it's close, you know?
It's very close. It's so weird.
I don't know what to make of it. Sometimes I think maybe it's just a trick of my eyes, but then other times it seems to be moving so much, it definitely is not.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to look at. All right, I'm looking at the sky, the trees. Nothing. Nothing like those. They're moving all over the place in little circles.
Yeah, they're moving.
Yeah,
For sure, they have to be.
they definitely are. Now they're going down. To the left, to the left. Now to the right. A little bit up.
Yeah. Now to the left.
Now down to the left.
Yeah, down to the left, exactly. Now way down to the left. Now they're turning back up, going up.
Whoa. Whoa.
What in the world can that be?
I know.
I just don't understand the second light. If it were
Neither
just
do
one, I assume it was a drone it doesn't have the normal drone stuff on it, you know?
Right. But it doesn't seem like a normal drone.
And that second one seems like either too far away, too faint or something
Yeah.
to be a second drone. Oh, I don't know what to make of it.
Me
Like there's a
neither.
regular
That's
drone
a plane.
or plane, but I think that could be a drone. It looks like it's got more like.
Oh, maybe it is a drone.
We'll listen if we hear a jet engine and it's a plane.
Look, go. There it is. What? There's another thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, that one, little one's moving.
Oh yeah, that's moving like hell.
Yeah.
Wow, what is that?
I don't know.
It's definitely moving, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's going crazy.
Crazy fast.
That might be a satellite. That's probably a satellite, that little blue thing. That's what the that's what the string of blue satellites look like.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So that, I don't know. That one, I guess, is a closer. It's very fast. Drone.
I think it's a drone because otherwise we'd hear the airplane.
Yeah.
But that has the three colored lights that drones are supposed to have, you know?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it is a plane.
Yeah, it is a plane. Or is that a different?
There could be a different. That didn't seem like the sound was.
Oh no, it is a plane. It's still above us.
Yeah, I see it, but.
Oh no.
Regardless, that is not something strange. It's either a drone or a plane, whatever it is.
Right.
Whereas this thing over here.
They're moving just so small. It's detectable.
At the moment, they're not moving very much,
No.
but they certainly have in the past. It was a shooting star. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, those things were definitely moving. You and I were watching them move in the same direction, right?
Yeah.
Now they seem to be still. I don't know. Trippy stuff. Now they don't seem to be moving. But they definitely were moving. A little bit, yeah. They're. This just drives home the point that they were moving a lot more before to me. Yeah, so I don't know what to make of that. That little blue dot was probably a satellite. Wow. It's always interesting when you go out and look at the night sky for a little bit. See some weird stuff. See, I don't know if that qualifies as a UFO sighting or not. We don't have a telescope. We got rid of the telescope. Took up too much room and had too little payoff. So. Meow. No, we didn't call NORAD. We got a lot of strange activity in the skies up here. Most of it is attributable to personal drones because this is one of the areas where you can do that. Whereas most areas, you cannot. Meow. Meow.
So far this season.
Alright, well, having heard that the A's had such a good game today, I think I'll put it on double speed in the background here. See what all goes down in the athletics game. Well, I make a little food and then I'll probably wrap this up. I got a couple of key things done here in the stream, actually. Talked about stuff I wanted to talk about. And actually addressed like how I think I ought to deal with it. For somebody like me who has a tendency to neglect all the sensory stuff, if you're experiencing a period of time that represents it includes feelings of distress or intrusive negative thoughts, well, probably you need to get more sensory. It was good to get outside, look at the aliens. Rachel's obviously still out there looking at them, so. I wish we'd be able to catch it on camera, but Brian Crane says, so what is your live? Or are the 10 people watching just listening to you click the mouse on your computer or meow to your cat? Well, at the moment, I was clicking the mouse on my computer because I'm organizing the windows on the big screen so I can both watch the basketball game and see the chat on the big screen. Because I just came in from outside. When I was outside, I was looking at some objects in the sky that were moving and not behaving like any normal objects that I'm familiar with, simply because the two objects appeared to be moving in almost perfect coordination with one another, even though they were some distance apart. Could imagine them as being two lights at the end of one long thing. Anyway, I live in a place that has a lot of drone activity, so I'm pretty familiar with how the drones look. And we also saw when we were outside a shooting star and also a satellite, but before that, I was cooking dinner. And there are a lot of different things that go on around here, Brian.
I mean, it makes me want to like check the night every night. Like, so I just saw definitely another satellite just pass by, like.
Like a little blue dot like that?
Yeah, and fast.
Do we not have much of a moon tonight?
No, it's a new moon.
Oh, it's a new moon. No wonder we can see so well.
Yeah.
That is a good time to go look outside.
It is.
I still feel like I'm hungry and I need to eat something.
Go ahead.
How do you feel about making me a cup of noodles?
That was just on my mind. I feel good about that.
All right, thanks, darling.
Of course.
You're a real winner in the game of wifehood.
Oh, I hope so.
You are. Yeah, I'm your Bob Dylan, Boba Fett. How many roads must you walk down before you become a man? As many as I say, because I'm the boss of everybody. But if you like more compelling entertainment, I could, in fact, play a song on the guitar. I didn't realize that Boba Fett was referencing that, actually. I see now that he was responding to Winston's mom. Alright, that's fine. I'll play a quick song on the guitar. There's a Steam sale going. Get your water vapor. 10% off. Bargain Steam. You know, steam engines just aren't that efficient in converting coal, for example, into power. It's more difficult to get an optimally efficient steam engine, apparently, than it is to get an optimally efficient gasoline-powered engine. So I was watching a video the other day about hydrogen. So, cars. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever you were, you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seems a part of me, no departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity-da, ba-da-da-da-doo, bumpity-da, ba-ba-dee-da, da-da-da-da, bumpity-da, da-da-da.
Yeah.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
I think Pepe meant that as a compliment, simple girl and Mrs. Mom. Maybe a crass compliment, sure, but. El Nino, my ass. You call the storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count. I drizzle more when I be in the sink. Which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb my ladder. I will go up there, take me a bucket and pour water inside. I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Thanks, darling. What should I play next? How about this? Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name change of business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be just enough to return to the work left right. He get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up, and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact list to listless. So I want people to shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays it hard. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do. See it that time in the underview. Too much to but so where now and what? Too much time picking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an Indian business. Thinking now about what's called Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. And Gerald has a thought.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. You know, I think it depends on a lot of factors as to whether or not that's an appropriate response to something like this, you know. Constructive criticism. In some contexts, yeah, it might be an appropriate response. But in this instance, for example, I'm not saying like here's a new song I've been working on. What do you think of it? I might need to meow, right? It was not pitchy, okay? I did have some breath control issues, is correct, but it was not pitchy. So that's incorrect. One of the advantages of quitting smoking cigarettes is I do feel like I have better breath control. Of course, there's another often underrated reality that can be tricky with a phone, which is relationship to the microphone. Ideally, you get, if you don't have a compressor, like I have some built-in compressor on the phone camera, I guess, but yeah, I could use a beverage, thank you. You know what? I have water and coffee. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Pepe Shaladay, I think you're failing to understand the work process, right? You're also failing to understand that I'm both my own worst critic, but also a very well-informed critic about what I'm doing. So at a certain point, you need to accept that if somebody's performing some piece of work that they've completed, that they may prefer to have it evaluated holistically, right? Like I thought that was great, or I thought I didn't like that, or whatever. But just because I think Menopause the Musical is terrible doesn't mean that I think they should listen to my constructive criticism. There being something that I don't like, and that's fine. Now, it might be true that occasionally I am a little pitchy in my singing, but in that instance I wasn't, which makes me kind of doubt the whole legitimacy of what you're saying. Okay. Regardless, you're mostly just wanting to be provocative, I suspect. trying out for the voice. Sammy has a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. Married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in, 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the past. Agency outpaces discretion, knocking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 25 bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. What once had seemed to set him free became his whole identity, and about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. Urgency conferred is really just depression, offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody panic out the kids, ooh ah, lock 'em up with extra Dexedrine, ooh ah, at the max, produces them, or impose more unjust duress. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. Urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just depression, by parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young. Thanks. You want to sing one with me?
Sure.
Oh, cool, man. Covered noodles. All right, let's do it. Let me switch sides so I don't poke you with the guitar. You step over this. There. If you need to be closer, because we need your voice closer to the microphone.
Okay.
Let's do Cloudy Day. Okay, here. job.
Good job, you.
Now do you want to do Gregory?
Yeah.
He's
Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. At first his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. At first his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, and perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them.
He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. At first his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. At first his eyes, he doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them.
Because
He's Gregory in disguise.
There.
Nicely done.
Thanks, you too. Great
Thanks.
job, Rachel.
Great job, Eric.
Well, well, well. And a Merry Christmas was had by all. I don't think that people think the public school system is unerring. I do think that people probably afford it more respect than it deserves, but okay, so all right. That's fine for you to say that, I suppose, but what I would suggest, Pepe, is that you evaluate the whole thing on its merits without feeling the need to position yourself as disinterested in the process and merely evaluating it against a standard of perfection rather than against actual alternatives. I think Rachel did great.
Thanks. I know I'm no Barbra Streisand or Celine Dion.
The point is, we're not doing classical or jazz music where everything has to be executed with precision. We're trying to make something that's holistically good. No thanks, Trey. How about I give you $0? I mean, I don't think that's the case for everybody or even any kind of, I don't really think it's the case for much of anybody who comes out of public school that they can't accept anything but what they taught in school is true. Like, what makes you so uniquely able to to question existing narratives and distinguish between ones that ought to be afforded legitimacy and ones that ought not. If you believe in full that there's such a strong linkage between this public schooling and this bad behavior of theirs that you articulate, are you not subject to it because you didn't go to public school, despite the fact that you did go to public school, or what? Bro, you argue with people on here all day, can accept a reality could exist where they are possibly wrong. I watch you who can't. Well, I mean, the thing is, it's hard to say what they do with that information after they leave here, you know? I might not necessarily spend much time affirming something that somebody says. I might just be testing it for my own purposes. They might conclude that I didn't think much of it, but I actually had a lot of respect for it, influenced my thinking a lot. So when people walk away from a rhetorical dispute, they may or may not take lessons with them, you know? Regardless, at the very least, I hope to model how to parse things correctly. This is so delicious.
I'm so glad.
I'm not so worried about people negating alternative theories as affirming theories that don't have justification to affirm in the status quo. I agree that there's always people have interest invested in any orthodoxy. So if you like to believe that you have a generally correct understanding of the world, history, science, etc., without being particularly in-depth about any of it, then you're going to probably object to a flat earth hypothesis because it runs afoul of not just what you were taught, but an explanation that makes other questions have answers that make sense. Jesus Christ says, usually people express frustration and anger towards others just means they're going through something. Well, I'm not sure Pepe was expressing anger and frustration. I think he's trying to just sort of frame. I think regarding the music thing, he was just kind of trying to position it as, I want to frame this through the lens of, I can give feedback that's either useful or not. All useful feedback has some critique to it or a suggestion that following it will let you move to something better. But I just think he's not quite getting how the question of how to give or when to give and why to give feedback, constructive or otherwise, is more nuanced than that. Well, the thing is, flat earthers may make specific valid points or whatever, right? But that's where it comes to argumentation being the science of science. What are they arguing for or against? Are they negating the existing status quo explanation? Are they affirming an alternative, or both? They really should do those one at a time. They should successfully negate the round Earth separately from the process of affirming an alternative, and understand that they don't need an alternative to successfully negate a globular. But I think what flat Earth people don't quite get is that there needs to be a more meaningful problem with the existing status quo model. Our existing model is consistent with what the moon appears to be from Earth. Appears not just to be round, but a globe. There's no reason to think the Earth would necessarily be a different shape than the moon. Having a globular Earth explains all kinds of existing things successfully in ways that are both intuitively and empirically established. So, the shape of the Earth represents a question about which, if you're going to negate the status quo explanation, you need to have you need to have a lot more than just some reasons to cast doubt on something or some individual inconsistencies, right? There's a lot of existing, like, do you believe in satellites rotating around the Earth? If not, okay, well, at that point, then how do you explain meow, meow, meow? I think flat Earth is the ultimate example of something that challenges us with the real question we need to answer, which is, how do we determine whether something ought to be afforded legitimacy of skepticism? So, I argue that people have to be very skeptical of evolution, that in fact it does not do its job to explain where species come from. But note, it's very different than people who critique a globular Earth, because they're not saying globular Earth is false because it does not adequately explain the movements of the moon. It does not adequately explain the reality of satellites. It does not adequately explain our astronomical observations of other bodies in the galaxy, solar system, whatever. At that point, you've got to have massive amounts of people from different fields all colluding to lie about this. In contrast, when I critique evolution, I say it fails to do its job of explaining where species come from, because that's what it's purporting to do. A globular Earth is merely an explanation of what something too big for us to look at directly looks like if we were to look at it from far away. I mean, there are plenty of legit unanswered questions about the universe. However, that whether or not the Earth is vaguely globular or something else is not one of those questions that's unanswered, nor should we feel any need to revisit it for lots of reasons. People have affirmed this notion for such a long time, and it's been confirmed with so many different kinds of observational stuff. So the bottom line is, if you're going to critique something, like I'm critiquing evolution, you should say it fails to do its job of meow, or else you're just being wantonly skeptical about everything. Because really, what that is you're just saying, I don't trust school. I don't trust scientists. I don't trust authority. I don't trust those gatekeepers of information. Therefore, I call everything that we ever believed into doubt. When I critique evolution, I'm saying I do trust them. That's why I trust that if there were a good explanation for this contained within the literature, they'd have printed it. I don't think anybody is in the chat is advocating for a flat Earth. I have had people in the chat who do advocate for a flat Earth, but nobody here is, to the best of my knowledge. They don't want it hard enough. That's why, Boba Fett. They don't want it bad enough. Only we humans have the heart, the perseverance to make it happen. Okay? We're the best around. We are human beings, yes, we are. We're the best species. How many people think that humans are the best species?
I do.
I do too. But I bet if we make a poll, a lot of people will disagree.
Yeah.
Let's find out. We'll make a poll. What's the best species? Humans or something else? What's the best species? There we go. Dolphins. Pepe, dolphins aren't the best species. No, no, no. Orcas are pretty cool. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't other good species. There are. You know, dogs and cats are both good species.
Mm-hmm. Manatees.
Manatees are great. Who doesn't love a manatee?
Right? They don't do.
They don't do anybody any harm.
Yeah.
Humans do a lot of things harm. Humans really do harm to everything. Except each other, and even then we do harm to each other plenty of times. Like the only other creature that's nearly as harmful as we are is beavers, with their chopping down all those trees to make their dams. Elephants maybe, because they trample down trees and stuff. Best land species, best water species. Good question. Best water species. Okay, well, manatees, narwhals, sperm whales.
Do sea otters count?
Sea otters do count.
They're so cute.
They are so cute. You know that when they were making designs for the Trinity project, which made the nuclear bomb, they needed to have one kind of explosive fired into another thing to set it go off, right? With the tube, they had it fired down. The problem was with the heat expanding from the initial explosion that fired it down there, it would get it wouldn't be a clean shot into it, right? The only thing they found that they could lubricate with that was adequately lubricatory was sperm whale sperm. Sperm whale oil. That was the only thing that was
That
had
was the
sufficient.
only thing?
Yeah, that was the only thing.
Like
they could
not
find.
even like olive oil?
No other oil was, or any artificial lubricant either, was good enough. Only sperm whale oil was
Oh
lubricated.
my god, wow. This is on 5%.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Hyenas and dolphins are related. Which evolved out of which one? Did hyenas evolve out of dolphins, or dolphins evolve out of hyenas? Whoever came up with the name for sperm whales. I mean, yeah, I don't know why they call them sperm whales.
Neither do I.
Dolphins evolved from bears, hyenas, and
Is that why they call them sperm whales? Because they're white and they look like sperms?
I think they're gray. I don't think they're white. I think it's because their oil maybe looks like sperm. They call the oil of the sperm whale spermatozoa. Do interracial marriages bother you? No. Interracial marriages don't bother me.
Yeah, they're gray. And they're big. They're big mama jamas. Wasn't sperm whale the one that Moby Dick was going after? Was that a different whale?
Yeah. No, they went after sperm whales. Sperm whales are named after the waxy substance called spermatozoa, which is found in their heads. When whalers first cut open a sperm whale's head, they mistook the milky white substance for semen, and the name sperm whale is a shortened version of spermatozoa whale.
Wow.
Wow. So that's why they are, in fact, named sperm whales.
Sorry, sperm whales.
Because when they first cut one open, they're like, what is this thing, full of sperm?
That's so gross.
It is gross. Have you ever seen a shaved bear that look like a dolphin? Okay, hyena's a bear, not a dog. Fine.
It's not?
Let's see. Is a hyena a bear or a dog?
It has bear-shaped ears.
They have their own family of thing. There are not dogs or cats. They're part of their own family. They're more closely related to mongooses and meerkats than to dogs.
So they're closer to cats.
Well,
Cat-like carnivores.
they're closer to like ferrets, mongooses,
Oh,
meerkats, other things like that than they are to either cats or dogs.
that's so.
They're more like a mink.
They're like very big ones, though.
Yeah, well, they have similarities with both cats and dogs. But I guess biologically or genomically, they're closer to mongooses and meerkats. The mongoose is a crazy animal. Is it crazy like the fox? Hyenas have serious bite force. Let's see. What kind of animal is a mongoose? They're part of the order Carnivora, which includes cats, dogs, and bears. And more specifically, they're members of the Herpestidae family, which includes civets and meerkats. Okay. Are mongooses kinds of ferrets? I'm going to ask that question next. Mongoose, although they have similarities, mongoose and ferret are two different animals coming from different families. The mongoose belongs to Herpestidae, which includes meerkats. This family was descended from cat-like animals, whereas the ferret comes from weasels, otters, and badgers, and are part of the Mustidae family. So they may look kind of similar, but they're not the same thing. Mongooses are more closely related to cats. Ferrets are more closely related to dogs.
Great.
Okay. What do you know?
I had no idea.
You learn something new about woodland friends every day. Mongooses are not marsupials. Badgers are mean. Yeah. Don't put a badger in your pants. How do you hide the how do you hide the Ark of the Covenant from an American? Put it in the second page of Google search results. It's a good joke, Pepe. I like that one. Or there used to be dolphins that look like Loch Ness monsters with long necks and limbs. Huh. Were they called Loch Ness dolphins? I need to get more weed from the freezer. I'll be right back. Boba Fett says that the Loch Ness Monster died in the 1950s. Really? What'd they do with it? They kill it or just die of natural causes? Did it die of old age? Did it die of a broken heart? Alright, I'm going to pull a few more bong rips and then, I'll probably wrap this up and watch some television. I don't know exactly what television I want to watch at the moment. Let me look at the old Crunchyroll and see if anything worth watching came out today. Dahlia and Bloom crafting a fresh start with magical tools. A Nobody's Way Up to an Exploration Hero. Monogatari series off and Monster season. Sakuna of Rice and Ruin. Elusive Samurai. Show Shimen How to Become Ordinary. All of these premiere today. Wow, I've got a lot of good cartoons. So that's my plan then. I mean, I don't know how many of them are good. We'll have to find out. So far, the new season's been pretty disappointing, I must say. But hopefully just a little bit slow getting started. Okay. Yeah, there is a name. Hi, Adolf. Mustela Putorius Furo sounds like an angry South American dictator. I agree with you, Boba Fett, it does. Cool, Rachel, that'd be great. Whenever you're ready, come grab it. I'll give it to you with the charging cable plugged in, and you take it upstairs. Yeah, well, thanks for making productivity the the tyrant of life, Pepe. Perhaps I should remind people more often that I spent the vast majority of my adult life being very productive, working very hard, and being very successful in my field. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who prioritize productivity as an absolute value are wrong. I often enough feel like they're right, but I mean, before everything else, I'm a human being, you know. Before I am I am some agent of shouldness. No less fortunate people. I don't plan on helping any less fortunate people. I have a hard enough time just getting myself to do things that make me feel like I've used my time well, you know? And ultimately, that's what it boils down to. If I feel like I used my time well, I don't have any regrets. If I feel like I'm killing time when I should be doing something more interesting, then I tend to have regrets. I don't feel any affirmative obligation to help those less fortunate. If there were such an obligation, then obviously everybody would have to help people until they themselves were just as poor. No, not fuck everybody. I don't have any ill intent towards other people, right? I'm sure they don't have ill intent to me either. They don't want me to have to sacrifice some of what keeps my family safe and comfortable to help them. I'm sure they don't want that either. They don't have ill intent toward me. Why would I have ill intent toward them? There's no proactive obligation to help other people. And in fact, sometimes I do help other people when I come into cross circumstances where somebody seeks or apparently needs help, you know? Depending on the nature of the circumstance, I may or may not be feel better or worse about providing such help, you know? Regardless, I try to stay away from places that are going to put a lot of pressure on me to provide help, where you're going to get panhandled a lot and stuff. So, no, I mean, Pepe Chatelet, I've got my own family to worry about so that nobody has to help me, right? I got to make sure that I don't need help before I consider trying to provide help. And when I do help people, hopefully, it's because I want to. And ideally, in a circumstance where somebody kind of authentically needs some help for reasons that I come across authentically as well, you know? The world is so populated with people of all kinds, you know? People who are prosperous, people who are not, people who are happy, people who are sad, people who are lonely, people who are have rich and fulfilling family lives. Well, it would be great, Pepe, if the economy were robust and the standard of living was high and the average wage was high compared to purchasing power and all that kind of stuff, right? And the jobs were easy. It would be wonderful if things were different than they are. But the thing to remember is there's no central agency distributing wealth to people, all right? It doesn't work like that. and it shouldn't. That never does work. And sure, there are instances where I help people, but I don't go around trying to gift giving is not my love language. How about that? I think too, as C.J. Jung did, man cannot stand a meaningless life. It doesn't matter if Jung was a Nazi or not. I don't think he was, but um, indeed, I think that the Sapphic bouquet is cueing into something significant there. That I have historically found my meaning in certain doings, as a lot of people do. Meaningful work uh, is on. If it's not on Maslow's hierarchy expressly, it's contained within something like that. So, part of my dark thoughts, negative thoughts, intrusively yeah thoughts or whatever have been linked to a lack of a lack of clarity about what I'm doing that's meaningful. For me, I'm not measuring the meaning so much in terms of impact. So while I could have defended against Pepe or whoever it was that said that stuff about helping people or whatever. I could have defended by saying I actually do help people a lot, as Winston's mom tried to do. But instead, I defended by saying I don't. I'm not trying to help people. I, to me, that even feel it just feels condescending. Like, why would I presume you or anybody else needs or wants my help? But Simple Girl indicates that she finds my just being kind and making her feel welcome to be helpful, that she doesn't have any close friends close by. And it is true that, feeling isolated, lonely, or whatever, that's a significant problem in the contemporary age. There's a lot less in person physical engagement with other people, a lot fewer uh, real world, real time relationship activities. It feels that way to me, but I think it's representative of the larger society as well. Certainly was maximized by COVID, but a lot of those habits developed under COVID have persisted in the aftermath of COVID. Help anyone and everything, but as humans, we tend to only care for ourselves. You can go about life helping on and off, and you won't be judged more or less if you don't. Life is life, you have a choice. I don't think Jesus Christ here is being angry or immature, baby. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Pepe. It seems like you're mostly just trying to be provocative. Isaac D. Well, I never heard of him. He called you what? He called you on your cell phone, cell phone? Any huge Drake fans here? Everybody seems to have jumped the Drake ship. The Drake ship lollipop. In the aftermath of Kendrick Lamar's ass handing. No, everybody's already jumped ship on Drake. Um, so with 20 votes in, 22 minutes, something else is winning. Okay, I'm gonna make my next poll this. Which is closer how do you feel about Drake? I kind of feel bad for him. I feel like he getting what he deserves. I feel it's what he deserves. He deserves it. He deserves the well then, Pepe Chatelet, you probably think he deserves it. In 2024, telling people to unconditionally love the less fortunate is provocative. I mean, I call you provocative in lots of ways. I'm not sure that your advocacy in favor of a proactive obligation to help. Pepe, why don't you go fulfill your proactive obligation to help people instead of being around here then? Hmm? Hi, Gangster Lee. Well, if you have been living in a cave and are not familiar with the whole Drake Kendrick beef and stuff, Kendrick had the most brutal diss track ever in the history of all rap time, and basically Drake can only be like, "Oh damn, I just got so schooled." Anyway, I want to hand you over to hand you over to Rachel if she's ready for you. I kept expecting her to come in here, but I don't know. Maybe she's upstairs. I'll take this to her. Kendrick Lamar buries what's left of Drake's career in video for Not Like Us. I'll have to watch it. Rachel, where are you?
I'm upstairs. I'm just changing.
Okay. She's not quite ready. She's changing. We're all changing, Rachel. Every minute of every day we change. What's that?
I'm just
Yeah,
changing.
yeah, that's fine. I heard you. Thank you. I got you. Yeah, Jesus Christ. That's I mean, pretty clear cut that he Probably banged a lot of chicks. His very physical frame of reference. I don't know why he was ever popular. I never knew why he was popular. I remember he was popular with the middle schoolers back when I was a middle school teacher. You know, before I even worked full time at Kudos. It's quite a long time ago. Probably 10, 11 years ago, 12 years ago or something. So he's been around for a long time. But I don't think anybody really likes him anymore now. I never liked him in the first place. I didn't think anything about that stuff. I just thought, oh, that's horrible. He doesn't have any talent. I wonder why he was popular in the first place.
Who?
Drake.
Well, he started off on a TV show.
What TV show is that?
I don't know, some kid show. Like Zoe 101 or something like that. He played a kid in a wheelchair. And then he was like...
Drake played a kid in a wheelchair?
Yeah, I swear.
Why didn't they? Here, no, I'm giving this to you. Yes, to take upstairs.
Okay.
You want to grab it down here so it doesn't pinch your fingers?
I'm thinking of taking it into bread.
Okay, that's fine. Do your thing.
Okay. So, yeah, for people who know, I believe... Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Drake was on a TV show before and he played some kid in a wheelchair, but I can't remember which show it was on. And that's why I was like, oh, well, this guy is in acting and now he wants to try to rap and he like made a name for himself, that's for sure. I never really liked his stuff. I never got the big deal over him for some reason. I liked Cell Phone when it came out. I thought it was pretty basic, but I put it on a playlist of mine. I liked Oops. Well, they did tour together. Kendrick Lamar was actually an opener. He was an opener for Drake. It's like crazy. Degrassi, yes. A lot of people liked Degrassi, from what I remember. There were a lot of Degrassi fans. Forgot that Drake is Canadian. No. You just have to have boundaries with kids. No, I don't like kids like Drake. I like Kendrick. I'm not happy that Kendrick cheated on his fiance. That's pretty shitty, especially since he's probably an INFJ, of course. And for Young to be fucking Nazi, like, why can't INFJs just be like cool people, like, that I could look up to and be like, hey, like, they're INFJs, and I can, like, be a fan of theirs because I get them. And I think that Johnny is an INFJ. So yeah, Pusha T released that Drake had a kid, yeah, no, which no one knew about. I remember I saw that clip. It was like on stage. Pepe Shad delay. Honestly, Millie Bobby Brown is cute, but that's not. You don't chill with like a fucking 11-year-old. How old is Millie Bobby Brown? What, like 13? Maybe? You don't hang out with kids that age. I was babysitting people that age. Like, I don't even think I was babysitting people that kids that age. You just like don't hang out with, like, you could be cordial, sign some autographs, but do not hang fall for it. Do not be like, hey, you're hot. Like, that's disgusting. Mm-mm. It's just bad. Millie married a 30-year-old last year? How old is she? So you feel bad for Drake? Jesus Christ. I mean, I remember hearing about Drake having a possible kid like back in like 2016. I didn't know Pusha T. Apparently, J. Cole, I don't know anything about J. Cole. I guess he's fine. Thanks, Crypt Kicker 3. She's 20 and he's 30, 10 years apart. I mean, look, I don't know. When I was 20, I definitely wasn't going after 30 year olds. I was definitely dating people my age. But does your hummus get stolen at work? I wouldn't be surprised. I've never had my hummus stolen at work. I've never brought hummus to work, but I wouldn't be surprised that if you left it there for like a day, maybe more, that someone would dip into it. No, she's not too old for Leonardo DiCaprio. DiCaprio dates women until they're 25. That's when they're too old. That's when he dumps them. Wow, that's weird, Pepe Shalade. She just turned 20. She's been with her 32-year-old husband for 5 years. Never ever man 13. No, I do not. English. English, of course. For me, anyway, because I'm American. And even though we don't have a national language, I choose English. Oh, you mean England or Spain? England. What? I'm not cooked. Crypt kicker. I'm married. Please don't treat me. And like, also, I'm married, and also, just like, don't treat me like an object completely. I appreciate you calling me hot. That's very nice. I appreciate that. But I don't know anything about Queen Isabella of Spain. Queen Elizabeth. What question do you want to ask our 404? I wish this would. Here we go. No, it didn't go. Why? I have to like look at my phone. What question do you have? No, he's fine. Eric's fine. Yeah, now we are in the era of Queen Charles and King Elizabeth. I don't know, Pepe Chatelet. I don't know what cooked means. When I think of cook, I think of Breaking Bad and meth. I just look like this. I haven't even smoked that much. I don't have my... Does that make me Sigma? Pepe Chaladay? Chaladay? Okay, so if you're being genuine, that really sucks. I think about how women have it easier with that stuff because it doesn't show. You got to think of things that don't arouse you, like positions of different positions on a soccer team, or Margaret Thatcher, or your pet pooping on your favorite clothes, or just something different. Go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom. I don't know. I'm not a guy. I'm not sure. I'm really sorry. I wish I could help. I'm not Alpha Pepe Chatelet. What are you, Sigma? I don't pluck my eyebrows anymore. You like are highly opinionated, Pepe. They don't grow back. This is from like 2001 when I had my hair blonde, so I would pluck my eyebrows so that they would match my blonde hair, but I don't do that anymore and they never grow back. Oh no, error 404. No, even if she's like 4 years younger than you, I don't know. I don't know. I have no advice for you. I'm sorry. You gotta take care of that shit. I don't know. I think 4 years younger. What are you in high school? That's a bit young. And if she likes you too, I don't know. Why don't you wait for a little while? Um, like, were you in a cafeteria? Oh God. I don't know. I don't have any advice for you on that. I wish I did. I'm sorry. There's no Generation Sigma. They think they're Sigma, but they're not Sigma. Generation Z. Yeah, I am a natural blonde. I was born with dirty blonde hair. Yeah, I overplucked on purpose. They were the style. It was the style back then, and I had blonde hair, so. So I dated someone who was 2 years older than me when I was 15, and that was considered to be like, some people were like, "Oh, you're gonna let her date a guy who's 2 years older than her?" And my parents were like, "Yeah, like he's not that much older." Um, but 4 years in high school, nah. No, there is not Gen Sigma. There is not. In Europe, that's way too young. You're still a kid. It's nice that she liked you, but young girls like older guys. It's just like goes with the territory, but it doesn't mean that you have to indulge in that. And if you do it after when you graduate. Oh, it's too young. I'm glad your favorite country is Europe. You should move there. Error 404. I don't know. You gotta figure out your boner issue. Definitely need to figure that out because that's some, like, I mean, it's serious. You know, people are gonna notice that. You know, and I'm sorry that it happened to you because that's really crappy. Um, I'm not a guy. I really don't know, like, what to do in a situation like that, but, like, I don't know. She's 4 years younger than you. You're 19. I don't know. Why would you want to? Why would you be interested in a 15-year-old? Pepe, where are you from? Well, if she's fine and she's like at 15, it's trouble. I'm telling you, it's trouble. But do what you want. It's definitely trouble, though. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Delete the message. I didn't mean to time you out. That was a mistake. Sorry. I don't know. I just 2 years older than me was old enough for me. I definitely only want people around my age. That there's like some development that needs to. There's like a total development differentiation between a 20-year-old and a 16-year-old. I don't know. think I think 3 years older than you, Max. If you're 15. How did Error 404 time out Carlos Paiva? Oh, never mind. I'm reading it wrong. That's not bad. I'm 39. There's a 14-year age difference between Erica and I. I'm not bashing age gaps. But like I'm 39. Like I've been through like the gamut with like having to mature and knowing my boundaries and knowing what like a good relationship looks like and a bad one too. Hi, Siddharth. You didn't think I was 13, Pepe. Yeah, exactly, Uncle Grandpa. The age difference is different when it's perfectly legal and your brain is fully developed and you both are mature. Exactly. At what age did you feel like you knew what you wanted? What, like in a relationship? Not until I was like 30. Sure, you can be a member if you'd like, Zekio. Okay, age is still just a number, but like if you're in school, that's like a very public place. And like you're gonna have teachers talking about you, you're gonna have other classmates talking about you, and you're gonna have those other classmates' parents talking about you. Like, and you might find out that I don't know. My friends that I had friends that were 2 years older than me, and we stayed friends for like 12 years. And it worked that way, even though it was only we were 2 years different, but we started being friends when I was like 16 or 17. And so like we both like we all of us, all 4 or 5 of us, like kind of like grew up at the same time, pretty much. Joe, who's 2 years older than me, he developed quicker because he had a steady job um ever since like we met him for the family that his a family company. So he was ready to get married and have kids like super early. Um, then Samantha, then Alana, then Patrick, and then me. Uh-oh. What you all saying? Gain confidence in bed? That takes a while. It took a while for me. from California. Thanks, Bob UFO. It isn't a Little House on the Prairie dress. I mean, the florals maybe, but the red color, no. And it has like puff sleeves. But I get that, like, you want to rock the Little House on the Prairie look, and that's why you're making this comment, Pepe. Why do you want to marry a California girl, Siddharth? Hey, EVAN. I'm good. How are you? I'm actually I was born in New York. And I lived there for most of my life. I'm a California girl now. It'll be 5 years in California, which is cool. But I'm not a native. I still feel like a California girl, though. I mean, 5 years in California is a long time. I'm not from the prairie. I'm from Franklin Square, Long Island, and I was born in Yonkers, New York. NYC is a pretty cool place. I don't know any 20-year-olds. Maybe you'll find someone in the chat. It happens. You're from Memphis? I've never been to Memphis, Bob UFO. How do we feel about Justin Timberlake? How do you guys feel about Justin Timberlake? I really want to know. Like, Drake, we know, dirtbag, like total scumbag. The fact that he was like, no, with minors is just disgusting. Justin Timberlake is like a whole different kind of like asshole, because like he has like this arrogance about him. Thanks, Evan. I don't think it was just a drink. I definitely don't think it was just a drink. His eyes were so bloodshot. I mean, maybe he was crying. I have no idea. I just don't like him. He seems to get away with a lot of shit. Like a lot, there's a lot of Justin Timberlake apologists, and I'm like, what for? The guy's a fucking asshole. Like, he treated Britney Spears, who was definitely under his spell, like shit. He treated Janet Jackson like shit. Like, let her take the brunt of the fall for what happened at the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, like what? Like a like so like it happened in 2004, right? So like 10 years later, he like apologized to them. Not even. Just like 2 years ago, he apologized to him. I bet you it was a type strength. Yeah, they did get away with a lot, but they're not getting a lot with anymore. Like the whole P. Diddy thing and like Bill Cosby, Louis C.K., Aziz Ansari, um, Drake now. Who else came out as a creep? Well, Ellen DeGeneres is just a terrible person. Lizzo. There's a lot of people coming out in Hollywood that are like, and you know, like even Tom Hanks, he has like a connection to fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Tom Hanks projecting this image of I'm a wholesome guy and you can trust me, like was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, and maybe he didn't know to the extent, I guess, of what, but he definitely knew those parties were fucking parties, if you know what I mean. I don't have any children. Thanks, FRD. P. Diddy is apparently in the United States. I used to drink a lot too. I never did a lot of drugs though. Yeah, I used to drink, same thing, Bob UFO. I used to drink a lot of vodka out of plastic jugs. College. Gross. Thank you, Siddharth. I'm married. I care about such people because they represent a bigger part of society. So they're looked at and scrutinized as examples of the greater society of American culture. So the more like good-hearted people there are in like Hollywood or whatever, in the celebrity sphere, the better it looks for us as people in the regular sphere. They are basically overgrown children. You're right, Carlos Paeva. I didn't do a lot of drugs. I didn't. That's my smile, and I don't get it. Like, so I guess I have resting bitch face. Like, I don't. You're Batman? Apparently, Matthew Perry had a thing for Batman. That's not true, Terry Taha. People do think that celebrities represent like their average Joe. Like celebrities do. In fact, the Kardashians, who are celebrities for just being themselves, changed the beauty standard completely. And now we have girls who are plumping their lips with fillers at the age of like 16. It's crazy. Taylor Swift. Oh, Taylor Swift. She's definitely got a competitive edge, that's for sure. I'm married, Master of Voice. Taliesin is small time compared to these other people. They just threw him under the bus. Isn't Charlie Sheen possibly involved in the death of Matthew Perry? I am not single, O.J. Simpson. Rising from the dead. I am married to Eric Strauss. Yeah, it's hard. Honestly, I really don't think there are many gang rappers anymore. It's just like not. There are a few, but it's. Rehab is for quitters. I have one speed, one gear. I'm different. I have a different constitution. I have a different brain. I have a different heart. I got tiger blood, man. Dying's for fools, dying's for amateurs. I feel like you can. Yeah, he got AIDS. He got AIDS and then proceeded to have sexual intercourse with people without protection. Charlie Sheen's a dirtbag. I'll be right back. I'm going to get my vape. Yeah, Magic Johnson is around. No, I haven't, Pepe. I haven't heard of the Tiger song, the Charlie Sheen Tiger song. I'm pretty sure it's full-blown AIDS. Remember when he was hashtag winning? Oh my god. I want to see my, I'm going to look up my astrological compatibility with Charlie Sheen. Let's see what it is. Charlie Sheen, birth chart, astro theme. And I'm only going to look at it if it's accurate. Okay, so affinity with Rachel. Course is high. 73%. I still don't like him. Ugh. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, it's a positive match. That's where, like look, I'll look up Drake's too, and I think I have like pretty good compatibility with Drake too, even though I don't like him. Like I never liked him. Like I was like, this guy. People think that this guy is hot. Like what? I don't see it. Let's see, Drake. Birth chart. Astro theme. Yeah, I definitely did look up his before. Okay, so me and Drake, our compatibility. He's got AA plus for his birth chart, so it's accurate. And I have 78 compatibility with Drake, and so like astrology is clearly not accurate. Free food? Sure, I'll send some over. I'm 39. I'm not underage. So Bob UFO, how do you like steroids? I had a friend, Patrick, who was on steroids for an immune deficiency he has, and it like made him so full of rage. He was angry so often. Like we had to be like, oh my god, you're being such an asshole. Like straight up like telling him that he was being an asshole for him to see like how mean he was treating his friends. You get angry so quickly. It was nuts. Yeah, he had like so Patrick had like serious roid rage. Like I was so surprised. I'm glad he like and one day he like opened up and he said like I'm on steroids and it's been changing me. Like I really was like grateful for that because I was like, why is like he's like a dick in general, but he was like really mean when he was on steroids and difficult to be with. Yeah, just be careful. It's not for everyone. It wasn't for him. He stopped taking it because he didn't like the way that he was acting, but it could work for you. It could work, and it might not. You might not have effects. I'm not saying it's for everyone, but I was just wondering if that's how it was for you because, like I said, like my good friend Patrick took him and he did get roid rage. It was pretty bad. Only for 3 days, huh? I was watching some of the boys with Eric. There's some parts where I just can't look. Like I'm like, ew, that's disgusting. It's so gross. I like what it's about though. I don't like that it's mainly like British people speaking in American accents. Like I wish they just like kept it all British. Like I understand that it's mostly it's mostly a take on American superheroes because Marvel was huge for like a decade. Um, but like I don't know. Yeah, it is very gross. I don't know why. Wow, you've done a lot. I haven't seen Invincible. Um, are you serious, Adam? Because like that sounds like something Eric would be interested in, but you would have to speak with him. I can't give you an answer. We would probably have to have a Google Meet beforehand. But like I wouldn't be, if you're genuine about it and you emailed Eric, like Eric's my husband. So you didn't email. This is Eric's channel. This is our channel. We're both married to each other. If you have, so you can interview me now, just like this. You can ask questions and I'll answer. Eric's watching cartoons in the living room. It's our channel. We're both in charge of it, but obviously things have to go through Eric too. This isn't just mine. Ain't just my channel. Thanks, Winston's mom. I was thinking something like that was gonna be happening soon. Did Adam really just want to ask me questions? I mean, I don't mind. Like, I'm only going to answer questions that I'm comfortable with. Well, he does. I'm glad you joined for him, but I am a part of the channel. Do good. Honestly, you want me to go ask him right now if it's our channel or his? I swear to God, he'll say it's ours. He started it, but like it's ours now. It's both of ours. I do know my place. That's so like such a weird statement. I know it's not totally mine. I know Eric started it. I joined when we started going out, and I've been on camera ever since I went to California almost 5 years ago. So, know your place. Your heart feels weird. You don't want to die? No. I'm not in an open relationship. No, I'm in a happy marriage. No, Adam. Breathe, apparently. That's what everyone says, is breathe. Like, they say for you to sit on the floors with your knees against your chest and breathe. Oh my god, stop! I put you in timeout. Thank you, Winston's mom. Well, whoever he is, I mean, no, just like, no. And I think you were after me, so I think yours will apply. We'll see. Mine was for 5 minutes. He's probably a minor. So, like, Hitler is a suspected INFJ, terrible human being, a monster, if you will. Kurt Vonnegut, INFJ, cheated on his long-term wife, that he had children with. Louis C.K., INFJ, would masturbate in front of women. Carl Jung, INFJ, possible Nazi. Like, what the hell? No, I'm saying like probably a minor child. That's yeah, in front of women. It was pretty bad. I don't think it was that deep. I think psst, I see dead people. Aye, mustard on the beat, ho. Debo, any rap nigga, he free throw. Man down, call him amber lamps. Tell him, breathe, bro. Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 dot, dot, fuck them up. Trying to strike a chord and it's probably a minor. I can't sing the lyrics though because that's the N word. Yeah, such poetry. It's a really good rap battle song. I have to give him that. Yeah, and Eric says that Kendrick Lamar is a INFJ and he fucking has like a sex addiction apparently. An INFJ here. I'll look it up and I'll give you the correct. INFJ has to do with typology and personality cognitive functions. Okay, so for in the MBTI Myers-Briggs system, an INFJ is I introverted, N intuitive, F feeling, and J judging. So that's what I am. I am. Hold on, I'm gonna get the socionics version too. IEI. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Yeah, so someone on typevolution.com says, INFJ IEI, the psycho-spiritualist. The psycho-spiritualist in INFJ is deeply in touch with the intuitive perception of the world, the temporal flow of human events on both a small and larger scale. I want to get into the cognitive functions. Functions. Explained. So, like, how do I describe myself? So we're introverted first, so our lives are within our heads. We feel if we have too much external doings, that we get very tired by that. An intuitive second means that we can connect patterns from places and make a generalization about them. F is for feelings, and we have FE second. So we get through life by interacting with people. Hey, Dreamsy Smokes, how's it going? Winston's mom is like explaining it very well. Yeah, so we feel like the energies of people around us. We can read a room. And J means that we are planners. We like to plan. INFJs like to plan rather than go for immediate action. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. Have you made any videos lately? Dreamsy Smokes? I don't know what you wrote, Evan. I think you were. Good night, Evan. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just saw. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi guys, John Travolta here for the famous people chat. Ask me anything. Your wife is an INFJ as well? It's very cool. Good peeps. You were in Greece? I remember you in Greece. You sang in Greece and you like gyrated a little in Greece too. You gyrated even more in Saturday Night Fever. And your wife passed away not too long ago, I believe. My wife is a figment of my imagination. Oh yeah, Bob UFO? What's the latest brand of smokes that you've opened? Dreamsy Smokes. Sorry that you miss Kelly. That's devastating. Devastating losing a partner. Do you really think it's the most niche thing? It's definitely niche. I just drank 2 Bang energy drink, 300 milligrams of caffeine in each. I'm rolling like a skateboard right now. So you're taking steroids plus like energy drinks? Oh my god. Seriously, watch your temperament. I want to see if you notice a change in yourself. Like with the being on steroids and you taking those energy drinks. Like what are you going to do now that you've taken energy drinks? I saw this one channel where the host of the channel was into opening packages of unused military like canned things, you know, like food packages they get, stuff like that. It's interesting. I drink 2 bangs every day. That just makes me normal. I mean, I hear you. Like when I have my coffee in the morning, it makes me feel normal. Dreamsy Smokes. That's part of it though. The shakes are part of it. Not having it, you know? I am quicker to the feeling of anger, but I don't react to that. I let things pass by. All right. That's good noticing. You're gonna do a home renovation? What time is it there? No, RP, I don't. Oh, that's good. That's good. No shakes when you really had me going, honestly. I wanted to be like, oh my gosh, that's so sad. So like apparently Johnny, the singer that Eric and I really like, was sober for 2 years and recently started drinking again. And I feel like really bad for him. Because he's dating someone who drinks, and like honestly there are people out there who don't drink who would be great to date. Like, I don't know. I just don't think that knowing you're an alcoholic and then going, so he hasn't fully accepted that he's an alcoholic then, right? Like if you go back to drinking, like you don't think that you have a problem. Oh my god, Bob UFO. I'm sure it's rough. When I had to quit weed, it was really, really, really rough. I had dreams where I was smoking weed. Dreamsy Smokes Reviews says, I'd love to quit drinking. I wear my flaws on my sleeve. Caffeine, if I have too much of it, makes me shake too, but I do it on purpose. I like that. I like that, like, jittery, like, oh my god, I'm so hyper right now feeling. That's why I drink coffee. Well, that's, I mean, if the quitting wasn't bad and like you feel fine now, like we were talking about it before, how like, you know, some people can drink fine and some people can't smoke weed. So not that they choose not to because they have anxiety and it increases their anxiety. I don't drink because I don't like hangovers and my liver just cannot handle alcohol anymore. Yeah, I like didn't like who I was when I was drinking. I was sloppy, you know, like a drunken I would just like say stupid shit. I would like make, I don't know. I just like be indignant. And then I would have like a fucking terrible hangover the next day. I fucking hated drinking. You don't have to stop, but if it causes problems that outweigh how much you like it, it's not a degree that it's bad for your health, but then it's health, then it's no big deal. But the amount of alcohol, that's not bad. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I'm great, Scott. You're fine, Dreamsy Smokes. I need something to talk about because I mean I'm ignoring any, so like any new ideas or like topics to talk about are like so deep under my mind that I can't, that I need help from the stream to come up with topics to talk about. But yeah, I got a DWI. Drinking and driving is no good. No good. Should not happen. I definitely, like, I got a DWI and was arrested. And I, like, was thanking God that that happened to me because I could have fucking gone. I was heading towards the highway, and who the fuck knows? Like, I could have gotten in a car accident, could kill someone. It's terrible. So I had to learn the lesson the hard way. Dreams You Smoke says, I never did that one time. Did that one time when I was 15, I didn't get caught. Well, that's like lucky. That's like totally good. Drinking, I used to drink and drive all the time. Not good. Not fucking good. Not good at all. Don't do it. No, it wouldn't be fun, Bob UFO. Drinking and driving kills. Like, it's terrible. It's not good. I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, I went through it. I learned my lesson. People have died. If you even on a fucking track had people drunk driving against each other, like, there's high chance there'd be a fucking accident. Not fun. Not cool. Just no, no, no. I started drinking when I was 16. The first time that I ever smoked weed when I was 16, so I had, both. Not at the same time. No, I'm telling you, Bob UFO, that would be a fucking problem. Drinking and driving don't go together. They just don't. $30 to $35, it's then pretty much been daily. I only drank because I couldn't smoke weed, so like I knew I could get around like drinking on the weekends and not get like not have results show up for the drug test when I was at it's like an outpatient clinic. They would test our urine for alcohol and weed. So I would drink on the weekends. And yeah, bad hangovers. Like, really, my body cannot handle it anymore. And I was drinking because the weed would stay in my system and I would get caught and then I'd have to go through the whole fucking clinic, start from the beginning, and just terrible. Your mom was the cow, John Smith. It sounds like you are fat phobic. You're fat phobic. You have to deal with your problem, son. I feel like Dr. Phil. I hate Dr. Phil. That's one person who like I looked up my astrology with Dr. Phil's astrology and it was bad. I've never liked Dr. Phil. I think he's a terrible human being. You got to face the facts. The fact is that you are a dick. That's good. That's good, Dreams He Smokes. It's good to get things checked. Oh man, Boba Fett. No, Dreamsy Smokes. I didn't think any. I don't think anyone was thinking that. Boba Fett, have you ever thought of like changing drugs from alcohol to something else? That's bad, Boba Fett. Boba Fett. If he knows it, dude, people are gonna do what they want to do, and no one likes to be told what to do either. I especially know that. Like, I don't like people telling me what to do, so I'm not here to talk to anyone and tell them how to live their lives. I'm talking just about my life and what I've gone through and my experiences. That's all I can tell. I can't tell someone else what to do with their lives. Everyone's different. But it's a lot of drinking. Or that's just like a tolerance to drinking. It could be genetics. Eric's grandfather, maternal grandfather, was an alcoholic and he died in a car accident from drunk driving. So Eric had a moment where he realized that that could be him since he's so much like his grandfather. At least people told him that. Yeah. No, Bob UFO, there's a genetic connection, but don't get too held up on too much. That doesn't mean you have to be doomed to the same fate. It doesn't, but I do think that there is a genetic component to it. Yeah, epigenetics. I get what you're saying, Bob UFO, but like, if you have alcoholics in your family and you find that you have the same habits of those alcoholics, then like you're kind of looking at a mirror of yourself. I don't know. I'm just not a drinker. I'm not a drinker. I don't like drinking for myself. My liver has had enough. I just am not a drinker. That's all. I smoke weed. And I like ketamine. I really like ketamine. But I don't know where to get any. Sir Michael 70 said I stopped drinking in 2008 because I didn't like the person I was becoming. Yeah, I didn't like the person I was becoming either. I learned from my mom, and I promised I'd never do that to my kids, what she did to us. Oh man, I'm sorry, Stephanie. That's good that you learned and you took that example. It really is. It's not an easy thing to do. It's so socially acceptable to to drink. And it's kind of like peer pressure too. It's like if you don't drink, you're the odd man out. I don't know. Dreams and smokes. I like Addie too, but I don't like how I feel afterwards, like when I need to sleep a whole day. If I was on Adderall and like had a job, it would be an issue. I don't think I'd be able to take it. But it's good that you recognize that you would possibly get addicted to it. So you'd stick to booze. Yeah. I'm sorry, Sir Michael 78. That's terrible. Weed is not for everyone. Drugs, alcohol is not for everyone. I just know what I like. Yeah, worst part of Addie is trying to get enough sleep. It is, it really is. And I already have like a sleeping problem, so thanks, Jamesy Smokes. Oh my god, it's so true, Bob UFO. Take enough Addy every day for a month and your dopamine production. I feel it like the day after. The day after I have Adderall, I feel the depletion of dopamine and I am like a crying baby over things that don't bother me, like that I don't think about. All of a sudden, like, I'll be thinking nostalgic things because I'm tired because I haven't gotten any sleep. And I'll be like, oh my god, what did I do? Why was I such an idiot back in the day? I mean, not that I'm not an idiot now, but like, you know. Oh, that's not good, Jamesy Smokes. You don't want to amplify it. I mean, I messed up in the head too. Yeah, Stephanie, it is. It is. Coke is a stimulant, so. That's cool, Dreamsy Smokes. I mean, my family, my mom is one of six, and my whole family drinks. They love it. They love wine. They love their beer, and no one seems to have a problem with it. So that's probably a good fear. Bob UFO. Bob UFO says Coke is the worst. It makes me scared. The cops are gonna bust in my door and take me to jail. You definitely don't want that. Yeah, vino for my family. They like their wine. They like their wine a lot, but they like their beer a lot too. My mom's side of the family are big drinkers. That's why like when I quit, when I was an outpatient, like they were very confused as to why I had to. And now they just think that I'm a weed addict. Cash Bandit, really? You're dating a prostitute? How is that? How is that? Gin was my devil. I promised my wife I wouldn't drink it anymore. That's my. I'm now drinking rum. What? Last thing I drank was a bottle of wild turkey on my birthday. I woke up in the airport. How the hell did you get the airport? Crazy. She okay? She just be arguing for no reason just to get high. Still my baby. So she gets high off of arguing with you. Okay, the camel part is not true, but yeah, I woke up in a small regional airport. That's basically just a field. Like I was in a field and I don't remember how I got there. That's kind of scary. No, she argues so she can leave and get high. Why do you accept that, Cash Bandit? Why do you accept that? And what kind of high is she getting? Is she getting what? What is she using? And like, do you not approve? Well, I don't get it. Why does she need to argue to get high? I don't get it. Like, no, Cash Bandit, thank you. I am married. Happily married to Eric. I might have missed a critical discussion on this, but how did you feel about the presidential debate? Honestly, I didn't watch. I didn't watch it, so I have no idea, but I talked to some friends about it, and they said it was an absolute mess. That Biden just his dementia showed. Did you watch it, Dreams He Smokes? Well, yeah, he'll know about us because one, he's probably watching. Two, like, also, I would tell him. I'm not going to do that. No, Game Boy. I always would watch a tree grow rather than what you're going towards. What are you talking about? I'll pick a number, but he's not a grandpa. He's 53. His name is Eric, and he's watching cartoons. I'm his wife, Rachel, and I am taking over the stream right now. James C. Smokes, that's really nice. He respects you too. You have a cool channel. It's honestly really cool to see those vintage cigarettes. I don't know. I'm picking a number and it's number 7. Drake is a hip hop artist. And I have not asked him You want me to ask his opinion on Poco X6? What is that? Oh, really? Congratulations, I won. I'm so surprised. Okay, have fun, Dreamsy Smokes. Where are you gonna explore? Oh, it's a smartphone? Thank you, Eric. Is youth wasted on the young? Oh my god. It sounded like a scam from the start. I wasn't going to. I didn't believe it. Is youth wasted on the young? I don't know, maybe. It seems like there's a lot of kids who want to grow up, at least want to look older. You know, all the plastic surgery and stuff. There's a lot of young people who look older. So maybe it is wasted on the young. I don't know. Eric's very youthful and he's 53. I think I learned a lot of lessons when I was young. And it really was like I hit 30 and I was like, I can't like settle for bullshit anymore. Like, I need to find out who my real friends are. I need to save some money. I need to, like, I don't know. Cats are the most precious creatures. That's probably why ancient Egyptians worship them. Rob UFO, I will tell you this, that Trouble is not precious. He's adorable. He is so cute and he's a handsome cat. But he's a fucking pain in the ass. Well, sometimes you're finding out who your true friends are will come at like the time when you need them most. You'll see who your real friends are, you know? Like I have bipolar and I had my first manic episode in 2011 and I learned who my true friends were after that incident. And there were some people who I would consider my best friends who were like basically scared of me. Trouble is a boss E cat. He likes to dominate spaces and bother his sister. Pee is a pedestal cat, but I've learned boundaries with her too, because
they kind of do whatever they want, but I don't like that. So I set boundaries with the cats because, like, I have to put myself first. But they are adorable. I love pets. I do love giving them pets. I love cats, even though Trouble and I don't see eye to eye. I can't like see my life without him in it. What song is that, Bob UFO? You find out who your friends are, somebody's gonna drop everything, run out and crank up their car, hit the gas and get there fast. Never stop to think, what's in it for me, or that's way too far. You okay? I'm good, thanks. I'm just thinking about how I think I want to put some more lipstick on. Song called Find Out Who Your Friends Are, Tracy Lawrence, country song. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself my lipstick. Eric's gonna take a shower, and so I am going to take you guys upstairs with me. I'm just gonna go to bed when I'm done.
That's good.
Okay. Speaking of cats, it's Capio. And she just woke up. Oh shit. I need my phone. No, she isn't amused. She's not amused at all that the lights are on right now. She's used to me being downstairs till like 2 in the morning, and by that time she's already gone. We call Capio, our female cat, Capio, that's her, the kitty pageant winner. She wins all the kitty pageants. What do you guys think about influencers? No, I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of influencers who like accept like Dior or Chanel bags and Hermes bags from companies for like reviewing their products, and like how could I believe any influencer who got a gift from a brand, like that person's going to feel so much pressure to give a good review just because they got a gift. Oh yeah, I agree. Boba Fett, a much lesser rung from proper celebrities. There's a lot of influencers on YouTube. YouTube, I mean, I've been influenced to buy like perfumes from influencers on YouTube. I think TikTok is definitely a more toxic place for that sort of thing, but yeah, it still happens on YouTube. Birkin bag is a good bag. It's a really good bag. It's fucking crazy expensive. Like, that's total manipulation right there. Whatever. I don't watch those influencers anyway. Apparently, like, a lot of them aren't nice people. I haven't heard many nice things about influencers. I knew this girl, Drop Dead Gorgeous. She's apparently an influencer on Instagram, etc. I don't know. I don't know about that shit. It's hard to like believe them. I just think it's hard to believe them. Why would anyone believe them after? I don't know. I don't know. I think Eric would make a great celebrity because he's like not into celebrity stuff at all. Exactly. All the real famous people are here. It's true. All 18 of us. We're the most famous people. I mean, really, just by being here, you're a famous person. And I'm really supposed to be interviewing you guys. I'm glad you're back, W in the chat. I have to look at my phone for the chat. Like, I can't see the chat from Eric's phone, unfortunately. Yes, I fixed it. Yes. Hey, Wes. I used to work with a Wes in North Carolina. What stunts did you perform, Bob UFO? You are Wes that I worked with? That would be really weird. We had like a... Oh, you're 13. No, you're definitely not the same Wes. Though he liked them young. Yeah, we've established, W in the chats, that you're not the same Wes. He's downstairs. He was watching cartoons and now he's gonna take a shower and go to bed. But I'm up. I'm like freaking up. I'm up and talking to you guys. It's 12:53 here. Well, I gotta fix that. I'm fixing my wallpaper. $3:53. Is that the time you usually go to bed, Stephanie? Or you're just up because it's the weekend? Wallpaper. Customize. I don't know. I don't know how I feel at. I believe that Diddy's in. I don't know where Diddy is. Apparently, he is in the United States, though. Yeah, I heard that he was in Florida too. I just didn't want to be wrong. You're afraid to sleep? Why is that, Stephanie? only know 2 songs by Drake. Thank you, Michario. You don't know any of their songs? Honestly, Kendrick Lamar has good stuff. Humble's really good. King Kunta is really good. I got a bone to pick. Monkey mouth. I'm mad, but I ain't stressed. 2 friends. 1 question. Bitch, where were you when I was walking? Now I run the house. I can't rap. I didn't like Euphoria. They Not Like Us is a great rap battle song. I don't know those songs, Bob UFO. I might have to look them up. I really like Humble. Bitch, be humble. Sit down. Be humble. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm working on my wallpaper for my phone. This, turn it white. Okay, done. Hi, Kobe Wonton. What happens, Drake? Are you serious, Mr. Kev? Do you want me to explain? It's more like what's been revealed about Drake than what's happened to him. I'm fixing my phone. Okay. I'm done with that. Mad City, I'll check it out. I like that in Humble, he's like both telling people that they should be humble, and then telling himself, like, be humble, sit down. There's a parade inside my city. What's that from? Hyper Monkey. I don't know a lot of Kendrick songs either, but the ones that I do know, I like. I don't know what that is. Bob UFO, you know a lot of Kendrick. I don't know as much as you do. We like Prof, Baby No Money. Hey, KAB Amering, greetings from California, United States. Eminem. I like 50 Cent. Rap isn't a genre I have a lot of. You can tell by the accent? My accent's not Californian though. I mean, I have an American accent. The song Smuckers by Tyler the Creator is so good. Apparently, I've looked up my astrology with Tyler the Creator and we have good compatibility, but I don't like any of his songs. And actually, I downloaded one of his songs, Yonkers, because I was born in Yonkers, but it's not good. Do you think Tyler is underrated? I don't know. Maybe I gotta check him out. I don't know. I feel like he's overrated. I smoke weed from a vape. No, I don't like K-pop. What's my favorite song ever? It's too hard. The first Beatles song I've ever heard that got me hooked onto the Beatles was Hey Jude. But favorite song ever, that's really hard. That is really hard. Let me see what my most played songs are on Spotify. Most played. No. Mine. Okay, so for the past 10 years, best of the decade for me, my number one favorite song that I listen to the most is Dance Yourself Clean by LCD Sound System. Let me see. That looks really familiar. SZA. I've listened to one Lil Peep song, but he kind of creeped me out. Let me see. Do I have any of her songs? I don't think I do. She's pretty. I don't think I know her stuff. Anything that you recommend? Lil Peep used to creep me out. Bye W in the chats. That's cool, Stephanie. I'm a Capricorn too. I like Outcast. Like the story of Little Peep, like had me like. I like Outcast too. I like an artist that I've really grown to like, that I realize like, wow, his like just discography is like pretty damn good, and that's Fatboy Slim. Fatboy Slim has some really good songs. Let me see what's his top. I have to praise you, Fat Boy Slim. Yeah, Weapon of Choice, Praise You. Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't listened to of his. But yeah, usually when I listen to Fatboy Slim stuff, I'm really surprised. Thanks, Jonathan Earl. No, I don't think Lil Peep was like a creepy person. I just didn't like his taste in drugs. 21 Savage, I only know one song by. We've come a long, long way together, through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should. I have to praise you. Yeah, Fatboy Slim, Weapon of Choice. You can go with this, or you can go with that. You can go with this, you can go with that. You can go with this, you can go with that. You can go with us. I don't know what you're talking about, Chet. Kill Bill by SZA. Is it SCA? Does she just say SCZA, or is it SZA? That's cool, Instance Mom. Hey, Bernardo Segundo. Hello from California, United States. No, I haven't heard anything by K-Star, no. Drake is a creep. Yeah, Mariposa, California. Wow, he didn't come out? Were you upset about that? Yeah, California is an expensive place to live, yes. That's good. Winston's mom, I would have been a little upset. Like, that's sort of stuff. If I'm like waiting outside to get an autograph from someone, like, I would like them to come outside. Some of Travis Scott's like what is it? Was it Euphoria? What was it? That concert that he had where like people died and stuff? That's fucking creepy. And just because of that, I'm like not a fan. I was thinking about Trippy Red. My cousin really likes Trippy Red. She introduced me to Trippy Red. I have Extation stuck in my head too because I have Moonlight. The Astro World tour, exactly fucking creepy ass shit. I didn't like what happened there at all. I'm not a Travis fan. Spotlight, oh, Moonlight, oh. Spotlight, Moonlight. Yeah, most of Hollywood is Hollyweird. Lately, I've been digging on some of the AI generated, like Hank Williams singing Straight Outta Compton or Johnny Cash doing Barbie Girl. That's funny. I do stuff like that. I use my AI all the time for vanity stuff. Like I wanted to tell me my body type and my Kitchener essences. I want to know what I am because I don't know what I am on my own. I need an AI to help me. I don't know any of those, Bob UFO. I'm 39. I'm almost 40. It's crazy. Snickerties sound like those little like black puffs that come out in what's that movie? That Ghibli movie. Shit. Ghibli. Spirited Away. Black puffs. Soot sprites. When you talk about Mitch Tario. Most Def I know of, but like I said, like I don't know a lot of rap. Stupendium? No, I don't know of it. No kids. How'd you know that, Scott M? Please, please. I want to know more, Scott M. I don't know who Jason Becker is. So I have Azalea Banks, Johnny, The Bird and the Bee, New Order, Cut Copy, Billy Joel's, The Beatles, Willie Nelson, Guster, Wet Leg, Squeeze, Half Alive, Backstreet Boys, Courtney Barnett, The Who, Player, Big Audio Dynamite, Robert Palmer, REM, Hippocampus, Block Party, Steve Aoki, Anger Dimas, and Iggy Azalea. I have U2. Oh my god, I have U2. Various artists. Scorpions, Metric, Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Iona Lee, Muse, Beyonce, Wild Nothing, Cardi B, Stevie Wonder, Tame Impala, Diplo, Starfucker, Camel Fat, Christoph, Jem Coke, Mr. No Name, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, NSYNC, Carly Rae Jepsen, Dayglow, REO Speedwagon, KVSH, The Others, Gabriel Something, Rolling Stones, Sun Kill Moon, Hole. Why? Why do I have Hole? Fleetwood Mac, Two Door Cinema Club, Giorgio Moroder, Snow Patrol, John Mellencamp, Chance the Rapper, Sharon Von Etten, Chapo, Sango, Gilded, Suburban. Some of these I'm like, I don't even remember putting them on. How was Diplo at EDC? Electric Daisy Carnival, Jonathan Arl. I've always wanted to go. Yeah, it is a banger tune. In the Club is. Find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mine's got me feeling rough. Ain't to have sexing. Have a day with the night. B-52s, Elton John, Justin Timberlake, Ashiniko, King Harvest, Billy Idol, Generation X, Local Natives, Lush, The Postal Service, Electric Light Orchestra, In Excess, Crowded House, The Beach Boys, Spoon, The Contours, Lil Pump, Silvio Capriani, They Might Be Giants, Tears for Fears, Billy Squire, Soul for Real, Radiohead, They Might Be Giants. I don't know if I said that. Yeah, I did already. The Beths, Joe is Jova, George Michael, Chromeo, Lily Allen, Little Feat, Gorillaz, Shaggy, Spoon, I already said, Black Math, Nutramilk Hotel, LCD Sound System, Ray Parker Jr., Britney Spears, Alicia Keys, The Shins, Beastie Boys, Cyndi Lauper, Tove Lo, Freddie Dredd, Sex Pistols, Marina, like from Marina and the Diamonds, Beach Bunny, Paul McCartney, Whitney Houston, Real Estate, Coldplay, The Eurythmics, Melly Fresh and Deadmau5, Gin Blossoms, Plain White Tees, Robin, Eminem, The Young Rascals, Kendrick Lamar, Eric Carmen, Vanilla Ice. I seriously like have so many crazy. I have so many people. Donna Summer, Leaky Lie, Talking Heads, Lunas, Tessa Violet, The Fuzz, John Lennon, Hazel English, Bizarre Inc., My Chemical Romance, The Decemberists, Candy Mina, Todd Terje. Oh my gosh, I just have Weezer, Celine Dion, like I've Third Eye Blind, Death Cab for Cutie, Notorious B.I.G., Steve Miller Band, Wings, The Cure, Kim Wilde. I have a lot. Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl. Papa, I am the one. But the kid is not my son. I'm losing my edge. 21 Savage a lot. 21 Savage a lot is the first 21 Savage song that I've ever heard. I really like it, but that's it. Yeah, Death Cab for Cutie. I like Death Cab for Cutie a lot. Nirvana, Jamie XX, Rami, Evelyn Champagne King, Little Dragon, Lil Jon and the East Side Boys, Donna Summer, the OJs, Evoking's Wolf Player, Johnny Cash, Cat Power, David Bowie, and Madonna, Janis Joplin. I have a lot of songs. Junior Senior, Ravenettes, Animal Collective, Saint Motel. I have Frank James's songs on here. Yeah. Salt and Pepper. Stars. No, Jonathan Hill. I like Cypress Hill. I don't have them on my summer playlist, but I like them. Juice is crazy. Chase and Status, don't know. Who's Metro Bob UFO? Prophets of Rage. Who else has Metro sounds so familiar. Who else has he produced for? He sounds really familiar. Yeah, what did Metro do? See Wolf, You're a Wolf? Oh God. No, what is that? Last night she said, "Oh baby, I feel so down." I'll follow you deeply, baby. I'll follow you. Do you, don't you want me to love you? I'm coming back down fast, but I'm miles above you. All right, there's a song that I want to listen to. Wow, that's cool. Ew, she young but she ready. No. Well, would you say he's the most successful producer right now, or like of all times? Because I think that Dr. Dre is a pretty damn good producer. How do I put this on mute? Sorry, I was listening to a Tovo slow song that I haven't heard in years, like probably like 5 years. I used to be a big fan of hers. Saw her once. Um, and I got a hug from her, which was cool. She was really cool. She's a cool artist. Tovlo. You shut up. Tovloe, I think. Tovelo. Sorry. Tovlo. Tovelo. I don't like Bjork. I think she's too artsy fartsy. Enya is ethereal, yeah. Suicide Boys, I'm not sure if I have. Apparently, there are songs that I like by Sia. I'm looking her up now. Sia. Oh, yeah, Titanium. It's pretty good. No New Friends. Apparently, like a song by Sia called No New Friends. It's so funny. I have to listen to it. It's not good. It is the song No New Friends by Sia is not good. And Diplo, not. I say no. I think I liked Titanium when it came out. Hmm. I don't know. There's like definitely Sia songs that I've heard that like I was like, oh my gosh, it was Sia. Hold on. The song Breathe Me by Sia, I remember. Oh no, Doja Cat. It's hard for me to be a Doja Cat fan when like she's not nice to her fans. And I have to go Team Johnny over Doja Cat. Oh, Breathe Me by Sia is so good. That's good, Stephanie. I wish she was nicer to her fans. Like, she's like, I don't know, she has an attitude. Of course, I'd like a crocheted dress. It'd be awesome. But, you know. I know. Black. You see Cheshire Cat from Pee Pee? How so? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Can like I have one that looks like, like doilies from your grandma's house? A grandma's house, like those like little doilies that are crochet made. Can you make that? I mean, there's like no problem with being cuckoo. I feel like it comes with the territory when you're an artist, but not all the time. And she just like I don't like that she's like, you guys don't know me, you're not my friends, like don't act like you're my friends. I don't know. It just She seemed like she had a bad attitude. Talking about cuckoo, someone like a tarot reader brought up the song Crazy. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. I like Kid Cudi. I think you're crazy, just like me. I remember someone that I liked in college said that that song reminded me of him, or reminded him of me. And I was like, at the time, I was like, aw, there's, yeah, CeeLo's song, exactly. CeeLo, Crazy. And at the time, I was like, oh, he has a song that makes him think of me. But then I was thinking about it, I was like, that's not a fucking compliment. He thought I was fucking crazy. Hey, Jeff. Like, that's terrible. He fucking drove me crazy. Oh, yeah, Nars Barkley. You're right, Scott M. It's a good song. CeeLo Green and Gnarls Barkley like have the kind of same vibe. Who's saying I'm good, I'm very good? Who's saying F you? Was that CeeLo Green? Or is that Gnarls Barkley also? I see you driving around town with the girl I love, and it's like, dun, dun, I am married. Why? Do you really not know? CeeLo is the singer of Gnarls Barkley? Oh my god, my mind is blown. So it was CeeLo Green, but it was CeeLo Green in Gnarls Barkley. Oh man. No, honestly, Isaiah Root, I don't know why I don't get your updates. Hold on. I'll listen to it tonight. Wait, are you... Okay. Here you are, I'm subscribed. Oh, I don't have all... I do have them on all. No, I don't have them on all. So, it's the one that's 26 minutes. I'll definitely listen to it, Isaiah. I've wanted to listen to your stuff. Cool. I'll put it on my playlist. Oh my gosh. I'm looking at something from 4 years ago with you and Eric, and you look so young. You look like a baby. You've grown so much in 4 years.
Hello.
No. Virtual insanity. Well, how old are you now? Yeah, you have lost your baby face. You still look the same though. Like, Ooh, CeeLo Green's sing Radiohead's Reckoner. I don't remember how Reckoners go. Almost 24. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. When is your birthday, Isaiah? What's your zodiac sign? Chamber of Reflection, Mac DeMarco. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I'm gonna look up CeeLo Green sing Radiohead Reckoner. CeeLo Green Radiohead. Rec. 15 years ago, jeez. Okay. I'm gonna listen to it now. There we go. I was just saying, I loved that rendition of Reckoner. Like, oh my god, I used to listen to In Rainbows so much. Like, I love Radiohead. That brought me back. I was just so good. Oh my god, that just brought me back. I haven't listened to In Rainbows in so long. Do you know? Are you? You know what happened to Drake? I mean, I don't know what happened to Grape. Well, see, Boba Fett, like, I feel like a lot of Radiohead songs, it's like you have to listen to the whole album to really get it. They're like album, they're an album band. I when I was like 16, I would go in my pool outside in my parents' house and float on the floaty and listen to Radiohead, and it was just like I was like in a Radiohead daze. Like I had all their current CDs up until like Hail to the Thief. Um and I just listened to them over and over again. I haven't listened to Radiohead like that in a while. They're very stylized. But I've seen them live and it was like an insanely great show. Oh my god. I waited in the rain to watch them. So good. They were so good. Oh, you're a plumber now? It's a good job. It's a good job to have. I don't know much about plumbing either. You know who else I think from, let me see, Radiohead. I think Tom York is a genius, but I also think uh oh my god, Johnny Greenwood. Johnny Greenwood. Oh my god, I think he's really extremely talented too when it comes to like tech things. The Smile? Really? I haven't heard of it. Is it all like all of Radiohead, or is it just some people, or is it Radiohead just doing other things? I like Nirvana. The Smile, a light for attracting attention. The Smile, light. It's Tom and Johnny. Interesting. What song from the album do you think is good that I should like listen to? My nights aren't good, Tim Durbridge. Hi from California. What time is it in New Zealand? Well, I found one, the Smile light for attracting attention. But like I don't know what songs. Just listen, let it ride. Listen to the whole thing. Okay. Oh my god, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. 2002. Hey, Verde Vamp 420. Green greetings from Vegas. Green greetings from California. 8:50 p.m., huh? It's 1:52 a.m. here. How come I end up where I belong? First, yes, I have traveled out of the US before. I was in Czechia, Germany, Austria, and Hungary. Mexico, I've been to. I've been to Bermuda too. I don't know if that's a country. Yeah. Well, I took a river cruise with my family. It was really fun. It was like I had a really good time. I really liked Austria a lot. I liked Salzburg a lot. I liked Vienna. I liked Budapest the best. I only got to see Regensburg, Germany, but it was really cute there. It was really cute in Regensburg. Prague was beautiful, but I didn't feel like I fit in. Salzburg was like, I felt like, I don't know. I just really liked it. Cool, Jonathan Earl. I have not traveled to Brazil. Why? What made it unforgettable? I want to travel to American Samoa. I don't know where that is. Every time I travel to a new place, I go online and see my astrocompatibility with the place. I don't have a lot of good compatibility with many places. I have good compatibility in Ireland, and I have good compatibility in South Korea. But I don't see how that could be possible because South Korea weed is extremely illegal, and I love to smoke weed, so that would be a conflict. Interesting. How how long of a plane trip is it? You're awesome too, Stephanie. Thanks for hanging out. I think I'm gonna hop off in a little bit because I want to listen to some music now. Fascinating, Bob UFO. Oh my gosh. Our cat, Trouble, the male cat, has to be touching us somehow. I hate it. I can't stand it. I can't fall asleep that way. The cops shouldn't care. Wow, an English bulldog, huh? Oh, they're cute. Is it big? What's her name? The cat's name is Capio. Aww. How come I end up where I started? How come I end up where I belong? How come I end up where I started? How come I end up when I went wrong? Won't take my eyes off the ball again. You really me out, then you cut the string. I like everything in its right place too. Everything. Yesterday I woke up a lemon. Yesterday I woke up a lemon. Everything in its place lyrics. Everything. 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 Everything in its right place. In its right place. In its right place. Yesterday I woke up sucking a lemon. Yesterday I woke up sucking a lemon. Yesterday I woke up sucking on a lemon. Yesterday I woke up sucking a lemon. Everything, everything in its right place, in its right place, right place. There are two colors in my head. There are two colors in my head. What was that you tried to say? What was that you tried to say? I love that song. I fucking love that song. Everything. Everything in its right place. So there was this DJ who was like kicking off, and I don't know what he was doing, but he was sick, man. Like he was like hands in the air. And then this cat walked in, you know, like not like a cat, like a feline cat, like a real, like, you know what I'm saying, dog? Like cats and dogs. It was raining, we were raving. And I don't know whether he was really saying it. All he kept saying was eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, eat, sleep, rave, repeat, sleep, rave, repeat. Suddenly I think I'm on the phone. Suddenly I think I'm telling a story. But I'm not. I'm just dancing. I'm just dancing. I'm just dancing. I'm just sleeping. I'm just raving. I'm just repeating. And on, and on, and on, and on. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Oh, thanks. I do like to practice. I'm just like singing because these songs are like in my head now, and like I love them so much. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Eat, sleep, rave, repeat. Anything by Silverchair? I don't know if I know that. Oh, Silver, like anything by, wait, like anything in their records of Silverchair. I don't know if I know any of the songs. Chair. Famous. Hmm. I think I know Anna's song. Frog Stomp. I think it was Anna's song. Jeez, a song. Jeez. It's like fucking deep. I was just singing eat, sleep, rave, repeat, and now I'm like talking about. I'm like reading these lyrics of a sad song. Like, oh my god, please die, Anna. I don't remember that. Silver chair. Miss You Love. Yeah, I think it was Anna's song. Hey, Damon Metcalf. I have to put you guys on mute though. Let's see. The Good Life by Weezer by Weezer lyrics. Yeah, check me. When I look in the mirror, can't believe what I see. Tell me who's that funky dude staring back at me. Broken, beaten down, can't even get around without an old man cane. I fall and hit the ground, shivering in the cold. I'm bitter and alone. Excuse the bitching, I shouldn't complain. I should have no feeling, 'cause feeling is pain. Is everything I need is denied me, and everything I want is taken away from me. But who do I got to blame? Nobody but me, and I don't wanna be an old man anymore. It's been a year or two since I was out on the floor, shaking booty, making sweet love all the night. It's time I got back to the good life. It's time I got back. It's time I got back. And I don't even know how I got off the track. I wanna go back, yeah. Am I payphone? No. Now I can't sing any other song because it's stuck in my head. Jonathan Earl, I'm only singing songs that I know. It's really hard to sing songs that I don't know. Like even this hash pipe, like I don't remember how it starts. I can't help my feelings, I go out in my mind. These players out to get me cause they want my like these players out to get me cause they like my behind. I can't love my business if I can't get a trick. Down on Santa Monica where tricks are for kids. Oh, come on and kick me. Oh, come on and kick me. Whoa, come on and kick me. Whoa, whoa, you've got your problems. Whoa, whoa, I've got my wide eyes. Whoa, whoa, you've got your big G's. I've got my hash pipe. Oh, just to look them up later? I will have to make a list of that. Okay. What's the song? Songs. What's the song you want me to look up? You got your big G's. I got my hash pipe. Erica's sleeping. Irony of it all by the streets. Does anyone know, do songs that are just musical, do they get copyrighted too? Or is it just the songs with lyrics? Because I feel like I have some XXX Tenation on my phone. I can't help my boogies, I go out of my mind. Oh man, that stinks. That stinks so much. I want to like put on a song and dance. Dear me and Metcalf, I like you fine. I don't know what you're asking. I do like you. You're fine. Okay. Immortal technique. Stupendium. And one day as a lion. One day as a lion. Thank you. I don't know that, Damien. Hi, Nick J. No, thanks, Nate Smith. It's interesting. My mom really likes Bruno Mars. I don't think much of him. When he worked with, what's his name? That was a hit. Too hot, hot damn. Do 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 too hot, hot damn. Saturday night we in the club. Do 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 do. I don't know that song. Yeah, I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge. The kids are coming up from behind. I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge to the kids from France and from London. But I was there. I was there in 1968. I was there at the first can show in Cologne. I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge to the kids whose footsteps I hear when they get on the decks. I'm losing my edge to the internet seekers who You can tell me every member of every good group from 1962 to 1978. I'm losing my edge. Okay, Sasha D, I don't have a joint, but I have my vape, so I'll take a hit. No, I can't do a backflip. I don't know that song. Damien McClure. Dreams and Nightmares by Meek Mill. I don't know. I'm like trying to think of songs that I know. Okay, my top played songs of 2023. First song is Adios by Johnny. It's hard. We were sitting on your bed, cross-legged in your head. We were talking to me so slow, so slow. When you put your pretty lips, red lipstick on a cigarette, and I start thinking, oh no, oh no. Come a little closer, sink into the sofa. She don't want my love. And now I feel like a blackout New York City grid max. I can't sing it. I don't. I like rap, okay? It's not my favorite. I was thinking something sweet, but you wouldn't let me speak. In my head, I'm thinking, oh no. Oh my god, I want to do karaoke so bad. No space big enough for how I feel. I'd show you with my hands if I could, dear. 'Cause I love you more than I could love myself. Mama said don't fall in love again. She remembers all that I forget. Yeah, I tried so hard, I can't outrun myself. Oh, strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. One day you're harsh and then you're sweet. And that's okay, that's fine with me. No woman ever could compete it. Best believe it, they can try. But I don't want someone else. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one. No place big enough for how I feel. My worst fear is the one where you're not near. 'Cause I love you more than I could love myself. Mama said don't fall in love again. She remembers all that I forget. Yeah, I tried so hard, I can't outrun myself. Oh, strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. One day you're harsh and then you're sweet. And that's okay, that's fine with me. No woman ever could compete it. Best believe it, they can try. But I don't want someone else. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one. Strawberry chainsaw, you're the treat. One day you're harsh and then you're sweet. And that's okay, that's fine with me. No woman ever could compete it. Best believe it, they can try. But I don't want someone else. 'Cause I'm more than sure you're the one. Hi, Rose. Hi, Master Splinter. Johnny rules. You all should listen to him before I get you guys take a listen. Something that I and me and thank you, Master Splinter. So yeah, listen to you guys shared all your songs with me. Now I'm sharing a song with you. Check it out. Strawberry Chainsaw by Johnny. I don't know, Simple Man. Who sings that? Who sings that? Oh, I don't know Leonard Skinner that well. I can sing one more song, but I was gonna go. I don't know. Hold on. my god. I only know this part. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you. That's all I know. Greatness, simple song, simple song. Simple man. Tuesday's gone. Tuesday's gone with the wind. All right, I'm going to sing one more song and then I'm going to bed. He says, boy, you've been a naughty girl, you let your knickers down. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggman. I am the walrus. Goo goo gajoob, sitting in an English garden waiting for the sun. I messed it up. Oh well, it's time to go to bed. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggman. I am the walrus. Goo goo gajoob, sitting in an English garden waiting for the sun. If the sun don't come, you get a tan from standing in the English rain. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggman. I am the walrus. Goo goo gajoob, goo 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 gajoob. Expert, texpert, choking smokers, don't you think the Joker laughs at you? See how they smile like pigs in a sty, see how they snide. I'm crying. Semolina pilchards, climbing up the Eiffel Tower. Elementary penguin singing Hare Krishna. Man, you should have seen him kicking out Edgar Allan Poe. I am the Eggman. They are the Eggman. I am the walrus. Goo goo gajoob, goo 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 gajoob. Goo goo gajoob, goo 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 gajoob, goo goo. Chugga 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 chugga. Everybody smokes pot. Everybody smokes pot. Everybody smokes pot. I'm gonna smoke pot. Thanks, Latory Wood. Hi, Chuck Tech. It's gotta be like 2 something. Where's my phone now? 2:32 in the AM here. I put my hair in. I blew it dry, Christina Christian U, and I put it in a bun. So you're 2 time zones away from here then. Does that take you into, is that mountain time? Or is that central? Western New York. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that is 3 hours away. Eastern Standard, yeah. Where in New York? I used to live at my parents' house in Franklin Square, Long Island. 4:33. So is that Central or Mountain? Is that Central time? Or yeah, it's time for bed for me too. Oh wow. Near Buffalo. I've never been to Buffalo, even though I lived in New York for like a long time. That's not nice, Andrew Ambrose. I've done mean things, but thanks for being here, guys. It's okay, Jessica Himes. Oh, it's a vape. Bye. Good night, everyone. It's not tobacco, it's weed. Good night. Bye.